Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome, everyone. This is the new Keshe American Knowledge Team. And it's the same program as before, although we're post-corona now, so we're just going to be concentrating on the knowledge and sharing knowledge and adding to knowledge and so on and so forth. We hope everyone will be able to absorb some knowledge. Maybe some will absorb more than others, some will share more than others, but it's all a growth process. We all grow into this knowledge at different rates and different speeds, but nobody's wrong. And if they're not progressing as fast as we think they should progress, because I think we're going to find out that many of us have missed many of the things Mr. Keshe has put in front of our, or on our plates, let's say. Even though we think we've gotten quite a bit of the knowledge, there's so much more to understand. So as we remain humble, perhaps more of this knowledge will start to flow in towards us, and of course wanting to share it and seeking it as well. As he said, when we're knowledge seekers, we're individually, we're just seeking knowledge, but collectively we possess the knowledge. So there's some power or some ability in this collectiveness. And even in the universal unit where he says, I put in 36 different souls in there, or powerful reactors, each one having a soul, so it'll be very crowded. But then there's also the soul of the system. In other words, the combination of all these 36 powerful reactor systems that are in there. There is a soul of all of that as well. And then, of course, with your soul. So he said it'll be a very crowded place. But collectively, apparently, things open up for us more because each one has a little bit different experience and so on with this knowledge, and one point can add to another. And that's what he's asking for the flight on June 6th, is for the nations and the scientists to start to collaborate to put this together. I don't understand how it can be done in such a very short time, but apparently it's very possible, and it will be done, or it will be attempted, even though they've run into some sort of glitch on a flight system that they're glad they found it, and now it's going to be repaired in a way that was better than before. So again, many ways to understand this. We're all individuals, but yet collectively, and just like with humanity, you know, we're individual souls, but the soul of the collective is the soul of humanity in a way. So we're just moving into so many different knowledges, but he also has reminded us to go back to the beginning, and that's what I'm going to play today. The video we saw in the Spanish public teaching earlier this week on the leaf, and how much we can learn from a simple leaf and its ability to create a magnetic field around itself and to absorb CO2. He's reminded us to go back to these boxes and see what we've missed. Although, at the other hand, he said we're opening a new dimension of teaching with just interaction of fields. So we're trying to put it all together. There's only been a few knowledge seekers apparently who have, and he's highlighted those as well. So we continue to study, absorb knowledge, and share knowledge, and remain humble, because as we see with the black hole, so much is attracted to it because it's portraying itself as so weak and humble. And even swimming with the fishes, he said, he can create that soul of the fishes, and also the soul of the creator, which is even humbler than a fish, if you can imagine that. But again, many knowledges to learn, many aspects of the knowledge, many dimensions. We know there's many more dimensions above the level that we're at, but I still think they're all interconnected, as the center or the soul of the creator is the connection of them all. So let's see the universal unit, this 3-minute clip here, which we've all been waiting for, along with the flight system, the vertical unit, the horizontal unit, the vision enhancement system, the vision and emotional brain enhancement systems, which will be used for the military as well as for the public. So let's see if we can play this. Always likes to delay its start, but that's no problem.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And I know in the coming period, he said these units or the flight system will be a non-tangible system. Maybe in the next 12 months or so, that they're going to produce systems without a shell. Or somebody help me, maybe you can correct me. I don't know if it's the universal unit or is it the flight enhancement system, but he said we'd be creating them without any sort of shell around them, which again is another all these are beyond our imagination, well, beyond our beliefs in a way. So there's some very exciting things coming, and I'm sure we'll be baffled as well as people who've never heard about this technology. But as Rick says, and as Mr. Keshe has been asking us, is to go back to the basics. So I thought today we would play something about this video on the creating CO2 and what we can learn from a simple leaf. One of the points that's mentioned in the structure of the light, which is book number 2, and whenever that was written, he said it would take 6 megawatts of energy to produce 1 ton of CO2 at the current technology back when this book was written. And a megawatt is 1 million watts. So it would take 1 million watts to produce 1 ton of CO2 at that current technology at that time. What we're showing here at room temperature, we're not using any energy to collect the CO2, and actually we're producing energy in the CO2 boxes. So again, it's a magnet, it's a simple understanding, but I thought it was so beautifully explained by Mr. Keshe. Maybe I've seen this video once or twice before Gianni had played it, or could have been Liliana, I'm not sure who brought it up. But it's a very simple explanation. There's 2 parts. I think the first one is maybe 8 minutes, or 8:19, and the next one is 10 minutes. So we're going to look at both parts. It gives a beautiful understanding. And so many people, this is the hot button apparently for global warming, and we need to do something about the CO2. But here, years and years ago, he's given a simple method for capturing the CO2. And you can give it to a lab, your mayor, your leaders, and say, here's CO2. We can show you a simple way to capture it. And of course, we're going to be making some very large systems, at least in, I think it's going to be in China, in Iran, and in Austria, maybe New York City as well, where they're going to be demonstrating the cleaning of the air pollution, collecting the CO2, which can be atomized apparently as food put into the atmosphere, or for fertilizers. Now we see that all fertilizer shipment from Russia have been stopped. So the growing season is about to start in many parts of the world. And of course, without fertilizer, I think Russia is the main production center of fertilizers around the world. We're going to see a reduction, even though it's matter state, it does add to the total production of a farm. And that's why most farmers will use it. Now it's become where it was $100 a ton. Apparently it's $1,000 a ton, and probably going higher. So most farmers are going to farm or attempt to farm this year without the normal fertilizers they use. So we can expect a smaller growth. However, if they would go ahead and start to use this system and spread the CO2 on the fields, then apparently it would last for 3 to 5 years as almost a semi-permanent fertilizer. So we're going to come into this, but let's watch the video and see if we can understand a little bit more than we've understood previously about the simple CO2 box. Again, like the cup of life, he said, we made it look simple because we designed it that way, but it's not simple. There's many, many things going on in there. And we've also heard and read in the book how they've gravitated 6 different elements out of this CO2 box, from the CO2 to the zinc oxide, to the methane, the methyl, and so on, CH3 as well. One of the things we've been concentrating on in the private classes was understanding a little bit more about this carbon-14. I know Ike had asked a question in the last workshop and so on. Mr. Keshe said we've all made the C14, but we've missed it. We haven't seen it. So I'm thinking it's perhaps in one of these, or perhaps something that mimics the C14, like the C12. But again, our bodies are full of C14. So I'm just hoping that we can get a little bit more understanding of the CO2 box and learn from the plants. Obviously, many of them live much longer lives than we do, but they don't seem to share what their secrets are. Maybe we'll learn more just by studying the leaf. So we'll take this 8 minutes, then we'll go into the second part and hear the overall picture of what is being presented by the Keshe Foundation to the world governments. And again, this was probably over a decade ago or more when this knowledge was gifted to mankind in a simple method to cleaning up or partially cleaning up the environment. He said, we don't want to do it in a too massive way. We want to employ the technology without burning fuels and allow the planet to go back into its own balance. But one of the main ways we are producing the CO2, according to Mr. Keshe, is the burning of the fossil fuels, but also the large farms or the large animal husbandry, where they grow tens of thousands of animals in one location, or these large farms apparently also produce the CO2 and the methane. And I know that slaughtering of animals will be one of the first things to end, at least in a massive way, once we learn how to feed ourselves and how to do more work with this technology. So let's just see the simple leaf. And I know many of you have seen it before, just like you've seen the universal body enhancement video, but there's always something to contemplate or something to think about or something you may have missed that makes it easier to share this knowledge. So we'll take these two parts first and then go into the creating the dome of peace. Or if you have any questions, we can open it up at that point too. Alex will be here in about an hour. I didn't mention the date. Today is March 6, 2022.
One of the biggest problems for humanity in the past few decades has been the global warming. The global warming has been the menace which we have come to understand the damages it has done and can do in the future to humanity. It has been said that the source of the global warming is the extra and overproduction of CO2 by using different kind of fuels, by burning fuels. In fact, in the past few days, the world leaders, 120 of them, have met in the United Nations to find a solution for this CO2. What can we do and how we can bring it under control? In fact, in the past millions of years, the planet Earth has found its own solution. With plants, the leaf absorbs CO2 and on the given condition, it releases oxygen. The leaf is a CO2 extraction system. That's why so many of you pay so much money to plant trees around the world to leave a green fingerprint. To be able to allow the trees to build as many leaves that in the long run they can absorb part of the CO2 which you created by burning fuel, by running cars, can be extracted from the environment, that you feel better and justify for abuse of the nature. The technology at this moment with the Keshe Foundation is so advanced and so simple that we have understood the work of a leaf. And in understanding the plasma technology, the way the nature is, the way the nature works, we have managed to replicate the work of the leaf, which means if you look at the life and the leaf of a plant, the leaf has two sides. One side is nano-layered differently in respect to the back. And when the fields in between the two layers interact, they lead to creation of the magnetic gravitational field around the leaf, that this gravitational magnetic field is equal to gravitational magnetic field of the plasma of CO2. So what the leaf does is actually creates plasmatic magnetic field, a magnet for CO2, that the CO2 around the leaf is absorbed to the leaf. Now, in advancement in technology, we have managed to do the same with a very simple process. And this process is that, as we've shown in other videos with Fukushima, and now the trials which are going on in Africa regarding Ebola, that you can create nanolayers very much like the nanolayer on the leaf of a plant by using the process which we have shown in other videos to create a very simple nanolayer on the copper wire or a copper plate, where you can produce, this is a copper plate which has been nano-coated, where you can create one side properties of the leaf, which is, for example, the top. This is the nanolayer on the top. As I said before, the field created between the two layers, the back and the front nanolayers, leads to creation of the environments that extract CO2 from the environment. So by nano-coating the copper and then trying to find the second plate, we have discovered that by using nickel plate in a simple form, we can create the half of the environment needed for extraction. When we put the two leaves, the two plates in a container, and then the other factor for the plant to be able to process the carbon, CO2, is water and salt. There is a water and salt in a different composition in between two layers. So what we have done, we replicated the same process. By putting water and salt in the container with a plate, one nano plate and one nickel plate, we create an environment exactly like the leaf. What happens is that the plates, in presence of the water and salt, create a magnetic field gravitational level on the surface of the box equal to of the CO2. So when you connect the two plates together electronically, by wire, electrically, you'll find that the system will start absorbing CO2 from the environment exactly like a leaf, with a beautiful, beautiful residue that this is not a talk and a dream. You can go into the substance, into the bottom of the container, and extract the CO2. So you have managed to do what the leaf does. And you can extract it as you need it and as is extracted from the environment. And in this process, you can collect as much GANs, what we call it gas in nano state, as you can see in this container.
So as we can see,
You might have
there's-
seen videos like this before, but here's the big secret. Anyone can make one of these videos in a few minutes. You might think you need a professional animator or to learn some fancy editing program, but that's not the case. In fact, we know you can make a professional video just like...
Sorry about that. What I was going to say is there's a lot of ways we're producing CO2 on the planet, as you can see. At the same time, the trees and the leaves are trying to correct our behavior. They've discovered a way to actually absorb it. On top of what you see, I was going to mention the volcanoes. There's about 10,000 underwater volcanoes that are going on constantly, creating this CO2 gas. And we don't quite see it because we don't see these volcanoes, but they're quite active, apparently. And sometimes we see little vents and things spewing out, but there's about 10,000 active volcanoes. So there's a lot of CO2 being produced. One of the anomalies that I had, if it's the cause for global warming, how did the planet cool down and create an ice age and then warm back up again? So there may be a few other things in the mix that we don't quite understand, but this is the problem that's been posed today, and we have found a way to clean it up. As I said, conventional methods use 6 megawatts, which is 6 million watts of energy to produce 1 ton. And we'll be collecting it at room temperature, and actually on top of producing the CO2 or gravitating it out of the environment, we're also going to be producing energy. So it's sort of a double win using the Keshe science or the Keshe plasma technology to handle this. Let's go to part 2 if we can, and hopefully we have it here. Yes, I think this is the part 2. Anyone have any comments on CO2 in the box, or has everyone moved past the understanding of the collection of simple CO2 from the box? There's a lot more going on in there, which we're not quite aware of or we missed. I don't know if anyone would want to add anything at this point, but let's see the final one here. And again, these are just beautiful, simple videos with a very simple understanding. You don't need an LED or anything. You're just directly connecting the 2 plates in a 10% or 15% saltwater solution. And the fields basically interact and gravitate out. Besides carbon dioxide, they also can convert the methane in the atmosphere as well, and many other things that were not. Now, they talked about the nickel plate since it's been changed to a zinc plate, and that's for probably producing some of the zinc oxide that you'll also find in the CO2 box that's we can create. So let's finish the second half of this video and just get a broader, deeper understanding of what's going on here. And we can also make magnets for anything, whether it's gold or silver or certain proteins. It all depends on your knowledge and how you understand that knowledge to be able to play with that knowledge. As he says, understanding the knowledge is more important than using the knowledge, but we still have to be able to understand also how to use this knowledge. And we're all growing into these dimensions. A little bit slow as we think of it, but apparently there's a precise plan laid out, and things are moving according to the plan.
We collect gas as we need in our laboratories. Now we are transferring this knowledge freely to mankind. So by simply creating an environment over the container, we have created the condition to replicate the process of the leaf in extracting CO2 from the environment. The beauty with this process is simple. You do not need to pay, for example, $100 to plant a tree for what you used 1,000 or 2,000 liters of fuel or 10,000 liters of fuel. And then out of the money you paid, maybe a fraction of it is used to plant a tree in Amazon or somewhere else. And with it, create a new problem for the farmers and people in Amazon or different areas. Because by overplanting and destroying other woods, you try to replace the same and the mistake carries on. This way, you plant a box, plant a tree, a copy of a leaf in your own house, and now you are responsible to clean up the mess, what you have created. So, in a very simple way, in that container, or as you can see in this container, you can simply extract the CO2 from the environment and collect it. Because, as usual, you get rid of the waste. To you, the CO2 which is absorbed, the CO2 is a waste. Sometimes it's CaCO3 too. So, if you can collect this material in a very simple way, you don't need to throw it away. Or you can use it because it's in plasmatic condition. It has a lot of energy. You can use it for production of energy in the future. We teach you how to do this. We have achieved this and we're going further. But the process is that now, by adding in a simple way a nano-coated material, a simple zinc plate, a piece of wire, you can, in a very simple way, clean up the mess by yourself, without relying on anybody or blaming your government that they do not clean up and they create a CO2. And it's very simple. This box, this technology, in its simple form, is available to every human being on this planet. We are offering this package, a container, nano-coated plate, a nickel plate, the wire to connect the two, a syringe to extract the CO2 that you can keep it and you know you are doing your work, and another container to hold the CO2 once you extract it, to every man on this planet. The production cost and material cost by the Italian company to produce it has been put at 15 euro. You can buy the kit at 15 euro, or you can buy the two plates individually and then you put the kit together yourself at home, a container you have and a syringe. These two plates has been valued at 10 euro. So with 25 euro, including postage and packaging, you receive the box with the syringe and everything else, or 15 euro for two plates. Keshe Foundation will receive a percentage of this finance back for us to be able to carry on with research and development. These containers are available for delivery immediately by the manufacturers, and at the same time you learn to become responsible for cleaning up the mess you have blamed your governments to clean for you. The beauty with this package is all the CO2 which you collect, if you put them in a position as we have in the containers, which we show and we release this in a very near future, you can lead and extract energy back from the material you have collected. You can see 12 volts DC and double that usually in AC. So not only you have cleaned up the CO2 from the environment, at the same time, by being able to use the energy from what you have collected, you stop the future burning of materials to add to the CO2. So indirectly, this game plays two clear, beautiful addition to the cycle of knowledge of the man. Not only to clean up, but a new way of what you've been looking for as a free energy. And this can go for years. It's unlimited energy. It depends how you set up your system, how you do it. In 2 or 3 weeks' time, we'll sell the same way as a kit, the rechargeable units. So what it means, when you bought this system, you have a CO2, then you inject your CO2 into these tubes or a similar setup, and then you start charging your battery, you start burning lights around the house 24 hours a day if you want to, without adding to the CO2. And at the same time, because as we've done, you can see it here, as you charge, you can have, as you see in the torch, a free energy. But you can add to it. You can charge a battery, you can charge anything you want to do to use the energy which you have absorbed. We are asking you to support the foundation with a practical solution which no organization in the world at the moment is managing or able to deliver to mankind. In fact, by cleaning up the mess which us and our fathers have created on this planet in the past 50 years, we allow our children to live a safe life on this planet. So you can go to Keshe Foundation website, www.keshefoundation.org, go to the shop and order a system for yourself or for your family and friends, that they have to water this thing, that their plant stays alive and they can extract CO2. At the same time, as we have opened the patents and this material is directly offered, this process directly offered to humanity, you can reproduce these units for your country, for your nation, for your friends and family. And by our ethos, the way we work, we give you our knowledge free. And on the other hand, to be able to research at this level and support our research without depending on governments and banks to limit our extension and addition to the foundation's knowledge, we ask and we request that for every unit you produce to contribute €1 to the Keshe Foundation in the account which is given on our website. The monies which come from the nations will be used in the Keshe Foundation of that nation in majority of the time that we support. So when you buy, for example, in China, we support the Keshe Foundation in China to be able to add to the research and development and teaching. A percentage will go to the Keshe Foundation headquarters for supporting the research, other researchers which are going here. So from today, by buying or purchasing 1 unit at a minimum donation of €25, you can start cleaning up the mess. And you can send the 1 sample to your world leaders, to your governments, to your councils, to your mayors, that there is a solution. Instead of spending time to go to marches to clean up the CO2, now march to purchase these units to change the course of humanity. The links for purchase are on the website. And if you are one of the members of the Keshe Foundations around the world, or you can replicate these units, please do so with the freedom that we can help each other to develop a new society without damaging the environment. Thank you very much.
So what a beautiful video to share with the others, to share with your leaders, mayors, as he said. I don't know why they switched from a nickel plate. Maybe the zinc is more readily available, or creating the zinc oxide for the emotions, perhaps. We know there's a direct connection with the emotions and zinc. But just with this CO2 box, you can clean up the environment and you can also produce energy. Although that's a little trickier than it looks. I've tried a number of different ways. I've produced some energy, but not enough to where I feel that I've shown something, or that I can leave all the lights on all day and not contribute any CO2 by using electricity, which is normally generated by burning certain fuels, gas or oil, or what have you. Also supporting the Keshe Foundation, I don't know if these boxes are still available, but it's very simple to make with a piece of wire, some salt, a couple of plates. Of course, when the plates come through, I don't believe they were nano coated at the time. You'd have to do your own nano coating, which again is a pretty simple process to do. And there's many videos that you can watch or ask other knowledge seekers to help you to understand a little bit more about the nano coating. And it seems like that would be a rather simple nano coating, but it would work. As I understand it, the Iranians are about 50 years ahead on this nano coating technology. They're one of the world leaders, and nano coating creates a whole different dimension of the material that you're working with. So there's many beautiful videos like this in and around the Keshe Foundation, and we hope you'll take advantage and that you've learned a little bit more, as I said, about what's going on this planet and the technology that the Keshe Foundation is offering. He said, we're offering this to humanity. Who are we? It does sound like it's a universal community is offering some of this technology to mankind and to clean up the mess we've made. But don't wait for the others and don't go out protesting, holding a sign. He wants you to take the responsibility of starting to clean up the environment. And very simple way to do it. And if you're clever enough, you start to create some energy that can be used to charge up certain different things. That energy can also be converted to AC. The plasma is in DC, so batteries and anything that runs on rechargeable things or charging up your cell phone are all distinct possibilities. And as I said, the CO2 as fertilizer may catch on in the near period, depending on how long this limitation of fertilizer. Everyone wants Miracle Grow, or they want some other fertilizers to put on their plants to help them to grow. But now we know with the CO2, that is a natural fertilizer for the plants. And again, all natural. There's no waste, there's no runoff. It's all made out of fields or conversion, as we like to say. Would anyone like to, I know Jacko put in the, Ike asked, is nickel plate is the same as a zinc plate? I would say no. And Jacko has said, no, nickel is different. Zinc galvanized iron plate is what you're looking for, but isn't that for the CH3 production?
Yes, Mark, sorry, I already excused
no problem.
with Ike.
No
It was my mistake.
problem.
I was working on the CH3 and
and you'll create CO2. Apparently that's a precursor to help create the CH3. That's why we use the zinc coated iron wire in there, but that's fine, Jacko. None of us have all the knowledge or understanding, and we make some simple mistakes or whatever, but it's not a mistake. It's just your understanding or what you put in there, or what you were probably thinking about CH3 when you actually typed that subconsciously.
I was even working on it.
Yeah, anyone else want to add anything to the CO2 box? This is one of the first boxes I think Mr. Keshe gave us, and we call these reactors or boxes. I always pictured a reactor with all these wires and tubes and something very large when you refer to a reactor, but it's just a simple interaction of fields or creating a field between two plates, which then has the ability to gravitate the carbon dioxide out of the air and convert it into a nano of itself, which appears as a solid in the matter state. So we'd consider this actually using plasma and working with it sort of in the matter state in a way. I know we're going to be going to another level where it's just interaction of fields, but Yet many of us haven't understood the real basics of this, and I'm sure as in the cup of life, there's much more to unravel. Anyone have any comments? they'd like
Mark, has
to make?
anyone put their CO2 box outside to see what it does for the environment when you just let it basically cook when it's outside in the yard? Has anyone done that?
Yeah, I know there was a couple of points about putting it under a tree, for example. Obviously, they're creating a lot of, or they're attracting a lot of CO2 into the area. He also talked about running your car, and obviously that's some CO2, which would be added. I think if you have plants in the house, one of the things that's,
Yeah.
let's mute that. Okay. I think if you have plants in the house, it adds oxygen. One of the things I thought he was saying, not in this video, but when you run out of oxygen, then the process stops. But I could be wrong on that. Again, my knowledge in this is not very deep. It's just scratching the surface. So I don't know a lot about it, although I've made different CO2s and I've purchased CO2s as well from other people. So there's a lot of people on the planet that know how to make it, and we're going to be doing it in a massive way, I think, with these centers in China and Tehran, just to show that we can clean up the air pollution and also use it as food and fertilizer. Maybe there was some forethought of knowledge there, now that we see some of the fertilizer supplies, and they need to be added pretty close, I think, to when you're planting. I'm not a farmer, I wouldn't know, but normally you don't wait till the crop is half grown and then add the fertilizer, do we? I think it's done initially or tilled into the soil, so to speak. But I had contacted a local farmers group here. They haven't gotten back to me, but I just wanted to show them a simple way to make fertilizer for your plants. And the CO2 is an excellent way to do that. You probably can also coat some of the seeds with the CO2. I know you can reverse genetically modified seeds by putting them in the GANS waters, but another way perhaps would be to just add a little bit of GANS to the seed as you plant it, or maybe if it's already in the soil. Okay, James asked, where is the water condenser that was introduced during the Fukushima repair? I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, James. Maybe you could open that up. Or open your mic and tell us more. EU ships their cow poop to Russia for processing and then buys it back. Yeah, I know one of the silly proposals, they were gonna have farmers put a bag on the back end of the cow and try to catch the methane that they're discharging. But again, another silly idea that was put forth. With our method here, or with the Keshe Foundation method, there's no energy used. There's actually energy produced. And of course, you're removing some of the CO2, which is what all these people are talking about. We need to reduce our carbon footprint. Whether that's accurate or not. John, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just hang your reactor from the tailpipe of your car.
Yep, that would be a way. I think he said to run the car and you would be creating, your box would become more active, or perhaps putting it under that tree, because the tree is creating the fields and attracting the gas from the environment. So it'd probably be around a tree more than it would be out in a field, let's say. Although the smaller plants can do that, but a tree does it on a much larger area. Each leaf is a reactor. So the plants have, and he said this has all really gone down in the last 50 or 70 years or so, when we started really burning fuels in a much bigger way. Ocean transport is one of the main burners, apparently, of a very low quality oils, and a big polluter as well. So we can do it, but I think it's going to be more of a demonstration than actually taking all the CO2 out of the environment to an acceptable level. Once we switch over to using the magnetic gravitational fields for propulsion, let's say, or for movement around the planet, this will allow less into the environment and allow the planet itself to balance itself, rather than force feeding it so much CO2. But I know the Chinese have been putting the GANs, probably the CO2, in the rivers and the lakes and the fountains for a number of years. And all of the support, when you buy products from the Keshe Foundation, normally those funds are directed back towards the country in a way where they receive the donations. And it continues, allows the Keshe Foundation to continue its work and its research work. So whether you buy a CO2 kit or you buy something else from the store, it all goes back in to continuing the perpetuation of the foundation in a way. And there's no banks involved in these sorts of individuals who would then limit or control what is being done within the foundation. Okay, let's just see if we can bring up the Dome of Peace. Again, we're taking the cup of life, or perhaps one of the other cups that you have, creating some GANs with it, and the GANs waters, which is above the GANs, and we're distributing that on Sundays. This is one of the requests of Mr. Keshe, and it's to elevate the soul of the planet. I never realized the planet's soul was in such pain and distress, apparently, that it's not in a great condition. So by creating this dome of peace, we create a peaceful soul within this planet, which then radiates out, apparently, to its inhabitants in a way. Also, Mr. Keshe said this would provide connections between these wellness centers. But if we're going to go to non-tangible systems, I don't know how that's actually going to work. But I don't know what I'm doing, but I have been on every Sunday as often as I can. And usually I plan for it to go out and just to spray around the city in different places and different locations. I think my city, and maybe not, is one of the most sprayed cities in the United States anyway, although other people are in many different locations and have released a lot of waters along the way. But we're continuing this process until we bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life on this planet. So peace is very important as well. We think it's all about knowledge, but that knowledge is being used to create a peaceful condition. So then man can go out into space as a peaceful being and not to kill and destroy or harm anything. This is part of the ethos of the universe. So if we send out one of us now, first thing we'll be looking for is a bite to eat, perhaps, or some crisps and a soda. We need to know more about absorbing fields and being able to feed off the fields the way the Creator does. As I've said to many people, I tell them you're made in the image of the Creator, and the Creator doesn't eat at Burger King. The Creator absorbs fields. They usually laugh and get a little laugh out of that, but it's so true. And again, we want to be able to feed the soul, and in that turn, the soul will be able to feed the physicality in so many ways. And one of the secrets Mr. Keshe has told us is that we're already absorbing 80% of the energy we need to operate every day from the fields of the universe and the environment, through your breathing, through your skin, perhaps in between your fingers and other places, in your toes. These fields are being absorbed. So you already have a reactor that's working quite well. It's just the 20% that we're short. And so we're going to learn, and we are learning, how to fill that gap, at least to get to 90% or even higher, to reduce the amount of killing needed. And I think some of these systems, as he said, with the flight system, you can go in there and maybe for a month or 2 or 3, you won't have that need to want to eat. You can still eat, and you probably will eat, but much less, maybe like a bird or something along that line. Very little. But we already have such a beautiful system created where 80% of our energy is absorbed. So if you're already doing 80%, filling that 20% should not be that difficult to do. We just need a little bit more knowledge and understand how it's actually done. And it's not done by starving yourself, I don't think, or anything like that, to get more. It's about absorbing some fields, some more fields from the universe. And therefore, you're not killing or harming anything before those energies are made into a soul. And that's one of the issues here. So energy and cleaning up the environment, big issues with the CO2 box. And I think you could take that CO2, or you could take the cup of life in the waters and start to create a condition or a peace stone. Let's hear Mr. Keshe for a moment, if we can.
Or videos. What do you think? We look. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Ah! Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So as I said, every Sunday, we're going to continue this until we reach this condition. You can also do it during the week as well. I've been taking my large container of the cup number 1 and just putting a couple liters or more right down into the sink, and then it goes out into the environment. As we know, it knows where to go and it knows what to do. It has some sort of intelligence, and it was designed that way, as I understand it. Just like with your body, it knows what to take from it and it knows what to give to the body. And I think we'll see that extended out into the universal body enhancement spaceships unit and the other ones. Don't know, I've never experienced them, but it's a beautiful project, and we carry on doing it as much as you can, as often as you can. And I know for some it would be difficult getting up early or to meet these times, but maybe in the collective manner, we're actually doing a little bit more than we would individually. Although I don't think individually that's the way I usually do it, but collectively, as we know that all people in different countries are doing it about the same time on Sunday. So perhaps that adds, and I'm sure the soul of the planet is also well aware of what is actually going on by some of its inhabitants. So we want to encourage you all to do that. And again, it's up to you. No one's forcing you, and this is all voluntary. But if you love the planet, it came to your creation in a way. So it's time to feed back and start to change some of the methods that we've used to mess it up. And it doesn't seem like messing it up to most unless you come to a deeper understanding of the knowledge and what we're actually doing by removing oil and other things from the planet. It would be almost like taking out some of your blood, even though we do that when we donate blood and they say it's healthy. And we know the planet also refurbishes or makes more material But because of the extraction of this, he calls it a blanket, I think, around the core in a way, to sort of keep the heat in. We've changed our position and we've gotten much closer to the sun magnetically and gravitationally than we should be at this point. And eventually it can cause a bigger problem. So we know some of the secrets of this. And as I said, this is from the universal community. Man's method is using 6 megawatts or 6 million watts to get 1 ton of CO2, and they're only paying, apparently today's prices are about $30 a ton. So I don't know if you could burn 6 megawatts and it would cost you in most countries less than $30. Probably cost you more. So it's just actually you'd be contributing more, or it costs more than it'd be worth to extract it. And maybe that's one of the reasons why it hasn't been done that way on a much bigger scale. But we can do it very simply and clean up the planet. So it's all of our responsibilities. We're not going to wait for the government to do it. We can do it ourselves, and the Keshe Foundation will be starting to show this in a much bigger way as far as cleaning up the pollution in some of these polluted cities, Beijing, Tehran, New York, and so on.
Mark,
Yes.
you talked about blood transfusion. Remember that if you've had the treatment, you cannot donate blood.
Okay, yes.
Donated blood can't be used if it's been
Right.
processed.
Yeah, I wasn't even referring to that. I mean, normally.
No, but it's remembering people to think twice.
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's probably why they wanted to keep the document sealed for the next 75 years. But apparently a judge said, no, you're going to have to start releasing some of your findings on these things. Yeah, there's a lot going on. I realize that, John. So thank you. But no, normally when you do give blood, they say it's actually healthy for you. This gives your body a new way of recreating some new blood within you. And obviously you can, that blood can be shared to a patient or someone who needs it in an emergency.
Yes, good for you because you make new blood, but you're killing somebody else.
Yes, if you've had whatever you've had, right? No question.
If you've had the treatments, let's put it that way.
Yeah, yeah. Or the gene manipulator, as they call it in actual terms. Okay, so is there anyone who wants to add anything? I know they were doing collectively in Mexico. Liliana, is that still going on, or are you doing something different these days? And we've seen other people in other countries show their videos, and it's just a good thing to do. As I said, we don't know exactly what we're doing, but we know how to make some GANs, a simple cup of life or CO2, and then you just release it. Kay, did you want to add anything? I think your mic came open. Okay, I'll mute it. Okay. Well, I think Alex may be ready to join us. Let's check in with him and see how he's progressing on his, what he'd like to deliver today.
Hello.
Hello. Are you revved up and ready to go?
Let's get at her.
Okay, this is our sort of temporary background that Ed had created this morning. So we thank Ed for doing that. I wasn't able to edit the PDF unless I signed up for some Adobe editor or something along that line, which I don't like signing up for all these different things and tasks to do. But anyway, this is the Keshe American Knowledge Team, and this includes South America and North America, which includes Canada. Our beautiful Alex hails from Canada, at least at this point. And we want to welcome him today for another time to spend revealing and opening up some different knowledges. You always get us to think, Alex, more about the technology and some of the terms you use. just helps to open up another little different dimension in understanding. So we want to thank you for all your service that you've provided, as well as all the other teachers, Jalal and Gianni and so on and so forth. Mario over in Germany, as Joseph said before, who does a synopsis every week of the Knowledge Seekers Workshop and shares that. But as Mr. Keshe said, we're all students and we're all teachers. So we just teach what we think we understand. And of course, that understanding changes over time. And just the same with the books. The first time you read the books, they could be confusing. Second time, you get a few words that you hadn't known before, but now you do. Third time, you've gotten a little bit more knowledge. So now concepts start to take shape and become a little more real to you, and so on and so forth. So we want to welcome you, Alex. And if you're ready to proceed, I can play a disclaimer if you'd like that.
Yes, please. Let's get that business out of the way.
Yes. And hopefully that will end very shortly as well, having to disclaim what you want to talk about when normally we have supposedly free speech. And even if I disagree with your free speech, I still want you to be able to be free and speak it. So that's the way some of the lawyers that represent some of the free speech agencies used to think, but apparently these days they've gone in a different direction. But we're using the disclaimer, and I think this is a well-written disclaimer, and it's been used in many of the different meetings. So let's play it.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Okay, we see your screen, Alex. Sorry about that. We want to thank you again for being here and sharing your understanding of this knowledge, which again is so vast and so deep. I don't think any one of us have a full handle of it, but we're all approaching that point. And I want to thank you for sharing your understanding of the knowledge and being so willing to do so.
Thank you very much for that introduction. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America. And as you said, that includes South America as well. And so we're encompassing a few different languages here. There's Canadian, there's American, there's Mexican, Spanish, and Portuguese. Yeah, and all the others that make the soup that creates a real spice in our life.
It is a beautiful bouquet, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So I want to welcome everyone to this meeting because we have a very strong representation from the international community. And so we want to welcome everyone here together because we are trying to achieve one nation, one world for peace, where science meets the soul of man for peace. And so we have many representations already with the Keshe Foundation TV Spaceship Institute. And we are looking to expand that very greatly because the truth is out there and it needs to be spoken. So I would like to welcome everyone to the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are into what we call basic insight, and we're going to play some games today. Maybe you've heard of musical chairs. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is March the 6th, 2022. And this is the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. I've tried to create a pattern here because these teachings are for new knowledge seekers and for mature knowledge seekers. And in the process, we are grooming teachers, and we are also attracting potential teachers. And so each of us has a capability to learn at our own rate. And so we've broken it down into basic, intermediate, and advanced classes. And we started with teaching. We got into understanding and then knowing. And now we're trying to get some added insight. And in the process, I always want to review a few things because there is a context. And that context is hopefully relevant to the subject. Today, it is musical chairs. And we want to have some fun. As we are going through the countdown, the launch to the moon on June 6, 2022. It's T-minus 91 days and counting. And in the process, we have to understand the difference between the science of physics, the science of spirituality, and the science of plasma. And where do we go from here? Because we're now learning about the universal order of creation. Maybe that's the source. But wouldn't it stand to reason that the origin of the universe would be the source? Or is the soul the source? Or does the soul come from a source? And what is the link? And how does energy travel back and forth? So we call it a maggrav. So there's a magnetical gravitational relationship. So is it backwards? Is it upside down? Or has it just vanished? And so we see that our tiny little perfect universe, that little red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, is the scale. And it's not to scale, it's probably too large already. If we were to really check out the scale, we probably wouldn't even see that red dot. It would have to be so tiny, smaller than Nano, definitely, because the universe is vast. And that's what we can see. But what we can't see is uncharted. And so when you're going into uncharted skies, how do you know where you're going? And who do you follow? And so, yes, all of us are students, but even the teachers become students. Because if the students follow the teacher, the question is, who does the teacher follow? So all of us really have to follow the moral leader. And in the physical science, we always ask, can you hear me? Seeing is believing. So you better follow me as I fall off the flat earth. We've got to get this sorted out. Can we get elevated? And we all know that we have rough seas ahead. But we are having some progress because we're seeing that there's more to tune in. There's more to turn on. And there's less and less to hold on to so we can drop out and enjoy the creation of the universe. The creation of the universe, which exists from energy. And as such, energy has a charge. And that charge tells you the direction of motion. But since the motion is constant, then how does the charge change? So there is an attraction, a convergence, as you can see in the cover of book number 1, where we create matter. But these matters have different constituents, and we call them matter, dark matter, and antimatter. That's a plasma field. And in order to retain that plasma field, the energy has to be in motion. The energy never stops moving. So when you have two fields of plasma energy, they have to contain themselves, but then they also have to relate to other plasmas, establishing a relationship. So we all want to look good and have a nice bow tie, but we need to understand how to share the energy so that we have a beautiful universe. It's all the same. The plasma rule is always the same. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. Sorry, Mr. Darwin. Your points of conflict are backwards. We have to understand the points of conflict and how they interact. So it's normal to have points of conflict. Why? Because if you have common fields, then they will interact. But if you don't have common fields, then they will create a barrier. And this is the unique characteristic of plasma, where it can interact or it can create a barrier. And so the proceeds of those two characteristics is what allows us to understand plasma science. Fundamentally, plasma science involves magnetical field forces. And these field forces can attract or repel. But you have to have a point of origin, and you have to have a point of destination, don't you? Because you have to come from somewhere and you have to go somewhere. And so fundamentally, we have described a two-way street. And so this two-way street has one way we call magnetical, which comes from a point of convergence of attraction repulsion forces. And a second way is the gravitational way, which comes from a convergence of repulsion attraction forces. And so we call that natural creation. But we also have natural decay. So we find that decay and creation are actually synonyms. In other words, they mean the same thing. They just indicate a direction. So the way we create is we emit energy. So in other words, the emission is magnetical from a point which we call a maggrav. So the opposite is a gravitational energy flow, which is done through absorption into a maggrav condition. So that's the two-way street. And if you understand that, you understand how plasma science creates rays. And what are rays? We call them PM ticks. These are plasma rays that travel through the universe. And when we look into the universe and we see nothing is there. So that's the first fallacy. The fallacy is that nothing is nothing. Something is always something. And so therefore, what is it? Just because we can't see it and we can't hear it doesn't mean it's not there. It has to be there. The Keshe model of nuclear decay of the neutron shows that when a neutron breaks down into an electron-proton combination, there is an energy transfer, but it's not in balance. But science knows about the conservation of energy. So if there's a conservation of energy, where does it go? And so we find that what's missing is the release of PM ticks. And this is what we call part of the decay process. And isn't it interesting that the decay process is a part of ray creation? So we find that the motion of the ray is the creation. And so in the process of decay, which is natural, we can create a creation, which is natural. It's a two-way street in the process of creation. Well, in the process of decay, there's a natural creation of the PM ticks through the natural decay. And this is the process of decay. And so we can't see this, we can't understand it, and there's energies that are missing. And so the things that are kind of gluing everything together is a bond. And so we can't see it and we can't hear it. So let's just fudge it. And this is how we've been operating. And assuming that there is a bonding, we don't know how to describe it. We don't know how to measure it. So we just fudge it. And that's been our way of life. But now we understand that there is a covalent bond, but we don't know how it works or we don't know how it means. And I'm not just talking about the layman, I'm also talking about the professors, because we can't see it and we can't touch it, but we know that it's there. And we have to understand the principles of why it's there and what is it doing. So fundamentally, if we have a process of creation where the neutron breaks up into an electron-proton combination, and that is part of creation. And in the process of creation, we create a PM tick. So that transaction of energy is creation. But there's an opposite field. And in that opposite field, there's another creation where the neutron decays into an electron-proton combination. And it too creates a PM tick. And so there's a relationship between the creation and the decay. And in order to interact, there has to be a bond. And because this bond is a two-way street, this is a covalent bond. So there's a sharing of energy back and forth. And it has to go back and forth because the energy is constantly in motion. It doesn't stop. So now we understand the basis of the cups of life. And we introduced the cups of life 2 years ago because of the pandemic. But we never called them the cups of the pandemic. They were always the cups of life. And they are more important now than ever. because they represent two things. One is a peace of mind that we can create a magnetical field and a gravitational field within the cup that will help us with some of the issues that we have. And these issues involve an emotional characteristic and a physical characteristic. And so we've created more cups. And so if we want to focus on one particular point and keep the batches at least 1 meter apart when you make them, but don't just make one batch, keep making more and share with others, because that energy has a covalent bond to your energy source. And so this is how your wishes will come true. We call it the peace dome. And this is real. And we know that we are creating things inside these cups, and they come from somewhere. We don't know where they come from, but they do come. So we don't know what point they come. So what we have is a form of materialization where we've created a zinc gas and a copper gas and a CO2 gas and a calcium gas. And we've also created amino acid, call it an amino acid gas. And we also have water, call it a water gas. There's a lot going on. And now that we've created a magnetical gravitational concept, we can now add the soul. And so we find that when we add even more cups that have to do with our environment, which we call the earth, and the interaction of our environment, which we call the inertia, the magnetical gravitational fields prevail. And the soul is in each and every field. And collectively, they develop a magnetical gravitational field force. And as such, collectively, they have a soul. We all like to watch our sports games. So we know that the team is constructed of individual players. And we really enjoy it when they play together as a team, because then something special, something magical happens, where 1 and 1 is more than just the sum of the players. 1 and 1 is more than 2. And so we find that we, as a physical being, we have cells, and these cells multiply. But strangely enough, these cells multiply through division. So the cellular division, which sounds like a decay, is part of creation. But it has to be a creation from something. So something has to contribute. So there has to be a decay. And in the process of that decay, there's another creation. And so we call that love. That is the PM6 fudge factor that makes all this possible. And the truckers around the world have helped us bring this to general awareness. And they were using radar love, and we're using plasma love. It's basically the same thing. When forces come together, there's an interaction. So we need this interaction because in order for us to maintain ourself, we have to enhance ourselves. And so the universe provides this energy, and it comes together, not just in 2 dimensions, the X and Y axis, but in 3 dimensions, including the Z axis. And so we harvest this energy into ourselves. And as a result of that, we become the gravitational point. And so through our gravitational activity, we conduct universal harvesting. Some of us just don't understand that. And so rather than harvesting from the universe, we harvest from other souls. And although the universal laws are obeyed by the souls, the physical laws are exposed. And as such, without any moral, shall we say, backbone, without any moral criteria, then the consumption of energy and the harvesting of energy from others, which we call loosh harvesting, yes, it does enhance the self. However, there's a penalty because this energy has no soul. And so to retain this energy requires consumption of energy. So fundamentally, the harvesting of energy through the process of loosh harvesting is actually self-consumption. And so now we're going to find out what is the difference between being at the top of the pyramid or being at the bottom of the pyramid, because we all want to achieve the greater oneness. And so the implication is that the source is the point of the greater oneness. But it's if you're looking at it from the top. But if you look at it from the side, maybe the top of the pyramid is the point of greater oneness. And so this confusion continues because we have pyramids as form artifacts all around the world. And science has not been able to explain how they work. But I think we all know now that these were monuments to energy creation and energy transaction. You could say that the art of this energy creation was lost. It's lost in history. And it continues to get lost in history. And that's fine. And let's look at what is the problem with this history. The problem is that it's a two-way street. The attraction and repulsion is literally a residue from a point of convergence. And from that point of convergence, there's a divergence. So the point is the maggraph. The point is where each one becomes an independent variable. The point is where each one can reach one, because there's a dependency on the other point. So the point is that we understand the interdependence of the universe. It is through this interdependence that we teach one. And how do you teach? The easiest way and most effective way is through an emotional transformation. An emotional transformation from what to what? So, from one universe to one planet. And if you have one planet, then you have one nation. And we are all patriots. And we're all patriots of our nation. Which nation? And does it matter? Because fundamentally, we transmit energy around this planet. And we see it So we have a verification point. And this energy can transition through different levels. That's our validation point. And we can transmute this energy. And we know that because we have an existence and we are at that point of that existence. And so that's our confirmation. But when we see that confirmation, what we don't see is the balance of the Maggrav field, because the balanced Maggrav field is invisible. So the difference between this visible confirmation and this invisible balanced field is the crossover point. And when we don't cross over that, that limits our soul. And did we say which soul? Well, we have a scientific soul, and we have a relationship there. And we have a spiritual soul, and we have a relationship there. And so the plasma science has a relationship to both of these souls. And it is through this plasma science that we add to the knowledge. So if we understand these relationships, then we can understand what is meant by principal matter. And so the principal matter is the convergence of the PM ticks into a Maggrav state. The PM ticks being magnetical, the Maggrav state being gravitational. The energy transaction in the process depends on the environment. And so if we are in a physical environment, then we have an interaction with that physical environment, which we call inertia. The inertia being the field interaction between the plasma field and the physical field. And so part of this field is the precursor, which is the plasma, and the convergence, which is the matter. And so we have the principal matter and the transition matter, and then we have the convergence of the matter. And so all of this, and when we say all of this, is unique. Each and every matter is unique. So what we have is a blend. And this blend is the dilution of the force fields. And so how these force fields blend is the difference in the intensity, is the difference in the pressure behind the divergence or convergence. From what to what? So we call that susceptibility. And we created a GANS material. And in this bottle, we took away the cup that created this GANS, and we just had the GANS. And there's a hole in the GANS. Is there a soul in that hole? Look closely. It's gone. So when we talk about the point of conflict, two opposing forces, it's not just armies. It's not just energy. They are interests, but there's something we call conflict of interest. And so it's not tangible, but the repercussions are certainly tangible. And this is why we have to follow the moral leader, because the moral leaders do not have conflict of interest. They could cross over through this vanishing point and settle the conflict. There is no conflict. There's only energy in motion. Let's play a little game, shall we? Let's have some fun. Let's crank up the music and let's bring in some musical chairs. And let's have a game. And you all know this game, I'm pretty sure. Let's have 8 people and 8 chairs. And we're going to play a game where people have to get out of the chair and they have to dance around all the chairs. So all the chairs are in the middle in a circle, and the people are going to dance around. And when the music stops, 7 remain. 1 has to go. Well, how do we do that? Well, we remove the chair. That's how we did that. Okay. So what happens if we remove another chair and do this again? It's a game, right? We're playing a game. So let's go around in a circle and let's remove a chair. And when the music stops, grab a chair. And if you can't grab a chair, sorry, you have to go. You're gone. Let's do this again. It's so much fun, right? For the 5 remaining. And which of the 5 will be remaining? Ooh, can you feel the pressure? So here goes the music. Let's go around. Let's take out 1 chair. Oh, there we go. The music stops. 5 sit down. 1's got to go. I think you're seeing the pattern now. So, and we're all having a lot of fun, especially the 5 remaining. So after going around, now there's 4. 1's got to go. Well, he's not having as much fun anymore. He was having fun up until now. So there's only 4 remaining. Let's do this again. Another one gone. Another one bites the dust. There's 3 remaining. Getting pretty tense. Let's do it once more. There's only 2 now. The focal point, 2 fields, 2 chairs, 2 people, and a point of conflict. Let the music play. And the winner, and still champion for this game anyway, we have a winner. When we have a winner, we have 7 losers. Are you having fun? Was that fun? It was fun for the winner. Why are we playing this game? Well, because that game is totally artificial. We can play that game in a physical environment on this planet, and we can see that there's something wrong. Because when we stretch the flux lines by lifting a rock, as we discussed in a previous class, there's nothing there underneath the rock. And so when the music stops, we drop the rock. It goes back down to the earth. So those who are playing the musical chairs and being the losers had to go. But they went the wrong way. They went out. Look at the rock. The rock goes in. And then when you have a bunch of rocks and a bunch of people holding a bunch of rocks, they all stretch the flux lines together. And when they all let go, they all come back down to the center. And so this is how we create waves. So when we're playing the musical chairs, we go around the chairs in a circle. And the loser goes out. What happens if the loser goes in? What happens if, for instance, we know that by gradient, that energy will flow from the higher to the lower. This is what we call terracing. And so the connection is by gravity, right? Just like the rock goes in the direction of the gravity. But we can go from one field to another without gravity. We can go by, say, capillary effect. If we're siphoning water, we can create a water bridge. That water bridge is like a gradient. But how do you know which way it's flowing? So there has to be an inflow and there has to be an outflow. So now we can take that connection and make sense of it. Because to maintain that connection, the energy has to flow. You can't stop the energy. If the energy doesn't flow, then there's no energy. So to keep it flowing, you can't just have the energy go out. You have to have more energy come in. Okay, so the energy has to go in for the energy to flow out. Okay, so if we have these 8 rotating fields, okay, and let's forget the chairs. Let's just look at the fields. And so we're going to play musical chairs, but instead of tossing one out, we're going to keep all the players together. And we're going to move from an outer field to an inner field. And the loser is going to have to go in again. So here we have 3 rotating fields. The outer field is now empty because it was able to keep all 8 players. The next field has 7 players. These are the 7 winners. The loser has to go to the next layer. So we have 7 on the second layer and only 1 on the third layer. So we still have all 8 players, right? So let's play the music and do this again. Okay, so the 7th layer is gone. Now we have the 6th layer. And on this 6th layer, we can only have 6 players. Those 6 players are the 6 winners. The losers have to go to the next layer. So now we have 2 losers. They've gone down 1 layer. So we have 2 losers and 6 winners. Still 8 players. Let's do this again. So there are no players on the 6th field. But on the 5th field, well, we have 5 players. So that means we have 3 losers. Well, these 3 losers have to go now to the lower field. Let's do this one more time. We have a problem. On this 4th field, we have 4 players. These 4 players are the 4 winners. So we have 4 winners and we have 4 losers. Well, the next field down can only hold 3 players. So the next field down has the 3 losers. Well, there's one more loser. Well, he has to go down another layer. So we have a 4th field with 4 players. We have an inner field with 3 players and another field inside that with 1 player. Still have a total of 8 players. Let's do this one more time. Uh-oh. We have now 3 players left on this 3rd field. We have 5 losers. So these 5 losers now have to go to an inner field. And we had 3 there before. Well, we have a problem, fellas. We have a problem. We can only put 2 on that next field. We have 3 left over. We can only put 1 on that field. Where do they go? What do we do now? We got a problem. This game is not as much fun as the other game, is it? Because now we've got some pressure. So, is that realistic? Well, energy is always in motion. And what we're looking at is the energy motion within a plasma field. To maintain that plasma field, it has to be gravitation. And as we get closer to the center, we found that we get closer to the stronger part of the field. But in reality, there are another 8 players coming into the game. Now we have 16 players. And they're going to start playing this game. Well, we're surrounded. So where are we going to go now? This is a problem. So this is looking at it from the top. Let's look at it from the side. So as we go layer by layer, we now have a field flow. And we see that each layer is a wave. And it's not just good enough to have the connection, because each connection is stronger. Right? Because you have more players congregating in the center, and you have more players coming in. You started with 8, now you have 16. They're going to be playing. And you can bet your bottom dollar there's going to be another 8 players after that. And that 16 is going to be 24. And then it's going to be 36. And when you total up the space, there's not enough space. So what you're finding is that the strength of the flow is getting stronger and stronger as it gets to the center. Where are you going to go? Well, we have a point of conflict. We have 8 players in the middle playing this game, and they can't go anywhere. And we have 8 more players coming in, and they're putting on pressure. And after that, it's going to be another 8 players putting on more pressure. So someone's going to have to make a decision here. So the thing is that when the plasma fields come together, when you're looking at these waves, you're just looking at the caps of the waves, because what's in between is the trough. And that's how you differentiate the wave. Okay. But the energy flows both ways. So in order for the energy to flow, there has to be a change in the field. So when we're looking at it from the top, we see the two infinity loops interacting, but at the point of interaction, they flip 90 degrees. So now you have a conflict of choices. You can either consume yourself, or you can share, or you could just pass the energy, right? So you can either lose the energy, enhance the energy, or just pass the energy. And so this energy, by changing dimension, is what we call transmutation. And conflict resolution is done through this transmutation. So by taking energy gravitationally, we increase the mass. By giving energy magnetically, we increase the creation. If we're not giving or taking in that dimension, we have a balance, which we call a maggraph. We didn't say which dimension. We have two dimensions here, right? We have a transmission dimension of rotation, that's the x-axis. And then when we go from one field to the other, and we're going from the outside field to the center point, that's a transition. We call that the y-axis. It reflects polarity. But there's a crossover point in order to be able to change this dimension. But when we look at from the top down, we see the circle. We see that when we try and complete the circle, we can only do this with respect to the diameter 3 and a bit times. We have to fudge something. We have to really, really fudge it. So this is where we're having trouble with our target practice, right? Because we're having a physical game, but we're starting to feel the pressure. And we're starting to understand that there are other geometries. And so where's that going? Well, let's examine it. We talked about surface to volume ratios in our basic classes. So when we look at the relationship of pi, which is 3.14 plus, whatever, onto infinity, there's a relationship of a perimeter of a circle. So we take the radius, which is the point at the center of the circle, to the outside of the circle. That's the radius. And if we take two radii, that's equal to 1 diameter. And we multiply by pi, so we find out what the perimeter is. Now to check the area of the circle, we change the formula slightly, and we take the radius and we multiply it by itself. So whatever the size of the circle is, it doesn't matter. The formula is the same. So it's the radius squared times pi. That's the area of the circle. That's one dimension. The perimeter is one dimension. The area is 2 dimensions. If we want to introduce the z-axis, we have to go through 3 dimensions. So we can see that the formula changes again. The difference between the area of a circle and the surface of the sphere is 4 times 4 pi r squared. But if we want to check the volume of the sphere, the area is length times width squared. The volume is length times width times depth cubed, pi r cubed, and the volume is 4/3 times pi r cubed. And so you can see that we have to fudge things every which way, whether we're working in 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions, right? Because this is the transmutation from the 2 fields to the 3rd field, the z-axis. This is our plasma. This is at the core where we maintain our position. And one plasma interacts with another plasma, and it is the relationship of these 2 plasmas that creates a dynamic plasma. And because energy cannot be contained or stopped, in order for it to be contained, we can do that as long as it's still in motion. So we can keep that motion within 1 plasma. We can keep that motion in 2 plasmas. Oh, we can keep that in 3 plasmas. And whether or not we have a visible or a non-visible energy is determined by susceptibility. And whether we have a depletion or an increase in energy is dependent by susceptibility. So 1 plus 1 is more than 2. So when 2 plasmas comes together, there's a synergy. Well, how can there be a synergy if there is decay? Because a decay has less energy. So now we understand where the relationship reference points come together. And now we understand how we can go through various ranges. And now we understand what it means by transcendence, because the transcendence means that when we have this rotating field and we can't play this game anymore because we're jammed up in the middle, so we have to deflect this energy through another dimension. But it's not just 2 dimensions. It's not just a flat circle. We don't live on a flat earth. We live on a round earth. And we all live here, and more of us are coming. So more of us are coming to this game. And it's not just this game. There are millions of games throughout the universe, and they all do the same thing. People coming to play, and they coming together in various pressure fields. And so if these pressure fields come together at a point of convergence, and if this point of convergence is in one reality, then we have a problem. When this convergence comes in the physical reality, we call that nuclear science. So we have to understand that when we were playing our musical chairs, we were casting out the losers, throwing them away, so to speak. Well, if you are playing in this universe, and if you are throwing something away, where exactly is this away? Where do you throw it? where does it go? And if more players are coming into the game, where do they come from? And so this is the key to understand the difference between the physical matter state and the plasmatic matter state, right? Because we keep asking, where's it going and where's it coming from? Because our reference is the touching and the seeing. Whatever else is there, it don't matter. So now we have to understand that there are dominant matter states. And so there's universal beings who have a plasma state, and maybe or maybe not transcend into the physical state. And we have physical beings who maybe or maybe not transcend into plasma states. But in order to be able to move between one state or another state, there has to be a common denominator. And so that common denominator is the energy in motion. And so to create a plasma state, the energy in motion has to give and take. And when you give and take from yourself, that's a binding energy. But if you give and take with another, that's a flowing energy. So when we look in the rest of the universe, the energy is always flowing. And the energy is generic energy, but we didn't say what the flavor of the energy is. We didn't say what the strength of the energy is, what kind of energy. None of these things were defined. They are just various energies. And because they're all different, they contribute to the spice of life, right? And so for us, we have dream energies, and we have the spirit energies, and we have the soul energies. These are all different energies. And so when we look at the basic energy parceling unit, and we compare that to water, and water is the universal solvent on this planet, and we see the divergence of the two elements, hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen being much stronger than the hydrogen, 8 times in fact. And so to create water, we can take 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen, and we can create a Magravs condition of water. So the 2 hydrogens plus the 1 oxygen equals 10, which is an order of magnitude. And the balance of the magnetical gravitational field force of the water is a Magravs. And a water droplet is round. But being a universal solvent, it can give energy. And so when we give energy, which is a hydrogen in motion, that hydrogen being a positive charge, we don't know where it's going. We can't even see it. We can see the hydroxyl, which is what's left. And that hydroxyl is 1 hydrogen and 1 oxygen. And so it has a negative charge. It wants to give. And it's giving to a lot of things because it is a universal solvent. The hydrogen that was sheared off, we don't know where it's going. We haven't defined it. We haven't given it context. It's gone. And it keeps on going because energy is always in motion. And we don't know where it goes. But then we have rain. Where does that come from? Rain is water. Rain comes as a raindrop. And where does it come from? It comes from the sky. Where exactly in the sky does it come from? I don't know. But here's what I do know. When that rain comes, it comes in the center of this wave pattern. So what you're looking here is the surface of water with many, many raindrops. And each raindrop comes absolutely smack dab in the center of the circle. Talk about target practice. It never misses. Every time the raindrop falls, it falls in the center of that circle. And it creates a wave. And right in the middle of those waves is the raindrop, each and every time. Can't miss, can't miss. It's amazing. But there's a difference. Where the raindrop falls has the biggest wave. So where the raindrop comes in has the biggest wave, and as the waves go out, the energy is less and less and less and less. So this is the opposite of our game of musical chairs. So with the problem with the musical chairs is we don't know where it goes to. And with the raindrops, we don't know where it comes from. Well, it goes somewhere, right? It goes somewhere, we don't know where. But what we do know is that in the hydroxyl, the higher strength feeds the lower strength. So on that dimension, right, we have a magnetical gravitational relationship, but we also have a direction of flow. And when we take three fields together all the same, we don't see the connection. But there must be a connection because there has to be something there. I can't bring these three magnets any closer together because there's a force of repulsion in between, but I don't see it. There's nothing there. And if I want to bring those three together, I have to change dimensions. I have to have a dimension of transmission, and I have to have a dimension of transition. Then I can bring the two together. And the one in the center that is standing vertically, well, is it positive or is it negative? Well, which way is it going? So the thing is that if the gravitational is feeding the magnetical, what feeds the gravitational? The relationship of the gravitational to magnetical has to be on the same dimension in order for it to be a relationship. But if the gravitational is following the rule where the gravitational has the higher energy, then that is feeding the magnetical, which by rule is the lower energy. What feeds the gravitational? So you find that the magnetical feeds the gravitational, but it has to do that on a different dimension. So now we understand that when we have three magnets on the left, all in the same field, all in the same polarity, that's repulsion. So if we flip one, now we create attraction. So within this dimension, we know that it's a two-way street. And so in this picture on the left, where there is a field force between each of the pairs of magnets, the representation of three positive fields is the same when we just flip one. the energy of this one magnet in physicality is equal to the 3 plasma dimensions that are non-visible. So we'll have 1 positive and 3 negatives. And we simply did that by flipping the pole, and we're still in the same dimension. But now we have a second dimension, and there's no way to flip it. So we just turn it like a key. And this is the same thing that happens in our musical chairs. We come to a point, and there's nowhere to go. We can't go around, and we can't go back and forth. So we have to go somewhere else. We have to disappear. So now we see that where we had the verification point 2, which is our transmission, and our validation point from, which is our transition, and our point of existence, which is the transmutation in that dimension, that is our confirmation dimension. But what it creates is a maggrav, which is invisible. So what we see is the confirmation. We don't see the maggrav. And the crossover transmutation is the crossover of the vanishing point, where we go from a plasmatic reality to a physical reality. These realities are real in real time, simultaneously. And so our failure to understand this is our limitation. And that limitation affects our soul. So now we see that when we have one plasma feeding another plasma has to feed the first plasma. And so if it's only taking into account these 2 plasmas, then there is a crossover point, and it goes into different dimensions. So we find that one is gravitational, one is magnetical, and one is the transmutation of the 2 fields, where there's a relationship, magnetical or gravitational, and we're not saying which, right? When you look at what we call target practice, yeah, we create a bullseye. When we hit the bullseye or we create a goal, this is how we score. And who has the highest score is judged the winner, right? But if we can't bring these 2 together, then they deflect. This is all a process of what we call waking up. And our cells are doing that quite nicely, thank you, because there's over 70 trillion cells in our body, and each one of those cells knows if it's a toe, or if it's a nose, or if it's an eyebrow or an ear, and it doesn't miss. It can't miss. It's perfect. And that is the transmutation from the dynamic transfer state, as it's represented by the universal cup, into our physical destination state, as it's represented by our stacker cups. This is the target practice that we all go through. And this target practice is a 2-way street. So let's review. So when we're looking in our physicality, we see that our physicality has a maintenance that is created from energy. And these energies follow paths. And these paths travel through space. So from space, they come in. From in, they go out. While they're in, they have to go around. And if they can't come in, maybe they just go straight on through. And so depending on how we approach these space energies is what we call susceptibility. And if that energy is coming exclusively gravitationally, So the energy is coming in and more in. When it comes in, it is gravitational. Gravitational means it's attracted. And if it's attracted, can it be absorbed? And if it is absorbed, then it becomes more gravitational. So that binding energy is the susceptibility in this particular example. But if from this mag-grav condition, the energy goes out, what we call an elevating energy path. So it can go out and it can go more out. How far out can it go? And where does it go from? So it's going to go from the magnetic horizon, and it's going to go through repulsion. And the product of repulsion is what we call emission. How out does it go? How much more out does it go? Is all dependent on susceptibility. We can do both. It can come in and come more in. And it can go out and it can go more out. So whether it comes in or goes out, we said that's susceptibility. And if it does both equally, then that plasma condition becomes catalytic. It shares the energy. But this is all in one dimension. The physical reality. The physical reality is 3 dimensions, but the dimension of reality is physical. If the energy keeps coming in more and more and more, where does it go? Where does it go? It has to go somewhere. You can't stop it. And more is coming in. And so that energy disappears. Or does it? Or does it convert into magnetic? Does the gravitational energy convert into magnetic? And can it do that on the same dimension? We've seen by the game of the musical chairs that we cannot come in on the same dimension. We have to go. We have to go somewhere. I mean, we really have to leave. So we have to disappear. So now we understand how our emotion is interacting, because our emotion is the link between the emotion of the past and the emotion of the future. That's why it's called the emotion of presence. And it is independent. However, it is interdependent on others. And it is invisible. It is plasmatic. But there is a transformation that goes from the emotion of the soul of the man and the emotion of the soul of the body. So there is a magnetical gravitational relationship. So somehow, some way, we have to go through this transformation between the physical state and the plasma state. And because it's a two-way street, we have to go from the plasma state to the physical state. And so this gives us different opportunities, different points of view. So now we better understand the soul sequencing, because the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth is what attracts the soul of the man. 1 and 1 is more than 2. And therefore the soul of the earth plus the soul of the man attracts the soul of the body. 1 and 1 is more than 2. Now we have the soul of the earth plus the soul of the body manifests the physicality of the body. 1 and 1 is more than 2. What? The physicality of the body is more than 2? I thought the physicality of the body was the weakest. Well, it is in terms of energy retention. But where does the energy go? So this is why we define manifestation differently. It's based on our perception, the stacker versus the universal reality. 2 fields, when they come together, they form another. That is the manifestation. And it's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. So this manifestation may be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical. But there is a plasma reality always, and sometimes there's a physical reality. So the manifestation of either reality is always a form artifact, and that includes the emotion of presence, because all of this is a form artifact of energy in motion. And so we want to get back to normal, but we don't really know what normal is. So when we look at the pyramid, we find that the majority is normal. And the normal seeks freedom and emancipation. And the universe is normal. And the earth seeks freedom and emancipation. That's what's normal. The majority is normal. And so we find that those who have been misguided and want to get back on track, the Keshe Foundation has offered the Vision Enhancement Unit for the benefit of the American military to recover from PTSD. This will soothe the pain of being a witness to the moral blockages. It's our gift. And so our gift is not just for the military, but it's for everybody, because we're transcending now the limitations of science, and it is very important. So when someone asks you what is plasma, tell them it's a kind of energy state. And there are many energy states. So it isn't just that it's man-made, it's the role of man that makes the difference. And we're demonstrating this with the vertical and horizontal enhancement units as well. They have purposes as well. So what we're trying to do is create a moral path for all of us to follow, to understand the difference by being a witness to self-consumption, which is the binding of energy. And this binding is done at the expense of others. That's called abuse. And it's only possible when this morality is missing. And so when we listen to the explosions, it's the convergence of energy with nowhere to go. And when we introduce the universal community and we find that the interaction is benevolent. So why double cross? Because that's your eternal burden. You have to maintain that. That's not the way the universe works. creation involves morality. In order to have morality, you have to have compassion, compassion for your fellow man, and then the courage to stand up for it. This all constitutes the ethos of the universe and is what constitutes creation. Creation in plasma reality or creation in physical reality, it really doesn't matter. It all has to do with an emotional transformation that we're all going through, where we understand that there's a magnetical aspect and there's a gravitational aspect. There's a precursor and there's a post amino acid, an aminogen and a post amino acid, and a carbogen and a carbon element, all different. And this is what dreams are made from. And we make these dreams. And we understand our dreams better now because we're crossing the bridge of knowledge. And more of us are crossing the bridge of knowledge because it's gravitational. It's gravitational. It's converging. And it's increasing in strength. And we get to play. And so we make the connection. And this connection is, the connection that's missing is the understanding that our Earth space is part of the inner space. And there is an outer space. And this outer space is different from inner space. So there is a plasmagen state, which is a precursor for a physical state. So we understand that when we become the winners of our game of musical chairs, and if we find that the morality is the missing ingredient, then the losers all get discarded. And so that's why the beauty is only in the eyes of the beholder. So if you can behold the beauty, then you can see where the three musketeers have made a mistake. With wars, competitions, and trophies, they are all witnesses to the vanishing point, because there's new news. And to understand this new news, you have to go beyond this vanishing point to understand that there's a difference between dematerialization and materialization, as witnessed with the universal body enhancement units. So what we see is, and what we've discussed today, is how what we've discussed today is how the flying saucers are working and where they are working. They are working in inner space. The plasma science is in outer space. There are relationships, there are crossover points, there's visibility and there's invisibility. And the Universal Council is the connector. And we didn't say where. There's no reference point here as to where. It doesn't matter. They connect the to and the from. Wherever they are, that is where they are. And that is the universal connection. It doesn't have to be side-by-side connection. It can be a contiguous connection. And this is a contiguous connection between the inner space and the outer space. So what does that mean? There's a universal connection. So we say the physical reality to the elemental state, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, the physical reality from nano state. That's one connection, physical to physical. Another connection, physical reality, the GANs, to the plasma reality from our dream state. Our bodies consist of GANs. And when we go to sleep at night, we dream. The dreaming is in the plasma state. The sleeping is in the physical state. One connection. Another connection is the plasma reality to the emotional state, from the plasma reality, from the soul state. The emotional state connected to the soul state plasmatically. Another connection. If you understand these three connections, where we only had the one connection from our conventional teaching, you're born and you die, and the one who gathers the most toys in between wins. This ain't rocket science. For the international community, you don't know the word ain't? Ain't is an American slang short for ain't no, as in this ain't no rocket science. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Plasma Science. We're calling all Earth patriots, both near and far. Sign the World Peace Treaty. Sign it with a pen. Sign it with your heart. Sign it with your soul. Sign it as if you mean it. And you will experience the physical and emotional transformation, this crossover point, which is the universal moral denominator, as we all try and gain insight into the universal language of freedom. This is why plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Welcome, welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of the lesson. Thank you very, very much for allowing me to present. Over to you, Mark.
Well, thank you, Alex. It was quite a wide teaching, I'd say. I've written down a couple questions. I don't know if anyone else would like to open their mic and perhaps ask a question. Before we do that, we always ask if anyone's here for the first time. Can you tell us your name and where you're from and perhaps how you found the meeting? Looks like everyone that I've noticed so far has been here before, maybe one or two. Caleb, have you been here before? Okay, Salomia.
Good evening.
Oh, go ahead.
Good morning. It's evening here. I'm from Holland. My name is Galip Gedik. I've been around the foundation for around 2 years, 1.5 years, and this is my second time joining this meeting. And I'm delighted to be here, and I'm very thankful for the message and for the teaching.
Yes, I've seen you in the Dutch meetings before, Galip.
Yes, yes.
So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your presence. Salomia, you have your mic open.
Yes. Hello, Mark. Hello, everybody. I'd like to ask Mr. Alex, if carbogen is the same with carbon 14, I'm wondering, because it's logical to be like this.
Oh, the question is carbogen and carbon 14 the same?
Yes, correct.
Carbogen is the plasmatic condition of carbon, because as you know, carbon is like coal. It's a solid. So the carbogen is a gas. But if we are looking at the periodic table of elements, the field focus point of carbon is carbon 12. other than carbon-12 is an isotope. One of those isotopes is carbon-14. But there's a carbon-16, there's a carbon-10, and there's a carbon-8. So in general terms, all these other carbons and these other isotopes, they all constitute the generic term carbogen. So carbon-14 would be a carbogen, but is not the carbogen. There is no the carbogen. The carbogen refers to the plasmatic condition of the carbon. So in other words, when you're looking at the CO2 GANs, that comes from the carbogen. So the CO2 GANs is in the physical state. Does it come from, which isotope does it come from? So that depends on the reference point. That also depends on the environment. So it's the interaction of the reference point with the environment that dictates the quality, and I'm not saying good or bad quality. I'm just saying it dictates the quality of the CO2. But the unique characteristic of carbon-14 is that it, being in an isotope, is not visible and not tangible, and so therefore it has the capability of crossing over from the plasma state and the physical state, and has the unique characteristic of connecting that crossover point, this point of transmutation. And the reason for it is because of its position in terms of its relationship to the magnetical gravitational relationship. That particular point is the connection point. My point with this presentation is that that connection point can be in the physical reality exclusively, can be in the plasma reality exclusively, or can be in the transmutation point between the physical reality and the plasma reality, which we in our conventional science have not been able to enjoy these options. These are the new options which the plasma science is now offering to us. And it is doing that simply by understanding that there is a connecting force, there's a universal connecting force. And it is from that force that we can transcend these various dimensions. So we find that the universal community can connect in their plasma reality the same way as we connect in our physical reality. It's novel to me, and I'm just speaking from my own point of view, that the universal community may not have the capability of transmutating into our physical reality, just like we don't have the capability of transmutating from our physical reality to our plasma reality. Not to say that it's not possible, it's saying that we're not skillful enough. That's the point. And so as we go through the various classes, some people can go right through it like no problem at all. And then other people have to go through small, tiny incremental stages of knowledge to be able to put the whole picture together. And the reason for this is the way knowledge and memory manifest themselves in the physical reality. When we look at our central nervous system, the strengthening of the central nervous system is the rotating field around the myelin, is the myelin shaft. And so the more rotations we have, the more memory we have. And this is just part of learning. And so there have been disruptions. There have been toxicities for various reasons that have been introduced into our environment that are causing us to be, shall we say, debilitated. And so the plasma science is now allowing us to have the benefit of the energy exchange of the plasma reality and transmute that into our physical reality. This is a novel point of view. And I'm quite glad about that personally, because if you don't understand that point of view, understand this. Without that point of view, you're probably in a state of depression. Because if your viewpoint is only from the physical reality, then the only winners are the winners who have all the toys. And that makes everybody else the loser. That's a very depressing outlook. So what we have to find is that the top of the pyramid is supported by the rest of us. And so that is the reality. And that is the, shall we say, the brightness of the future. And it's very, very exciting to me, especially. So just understanding these connections and how they can transcend the various dimensions, and understanding how the rules are the same in all dimensions. Once you understand the basic rules, then you have the capability of growing in the most natural way possible. And what's wrong with that picture? There really shouldn't be any opposition to that picture. So thank you for your question. I hope I've answered it.
Thank you very much for your answer. May I ask you if nitrogen is carbon 14 is the same?
No, it's not.
Behave like
no, it doesn't.
carbon 14, or it is a mistake?
No, it's not a mistake. It is a plasmatic positioning. So if you change the field strength, then you change the susceptibility. So with the nitrogen 14, it becomes a catalytic converter, where you're converting oxygen and carbon. Whereas the carbon 14 is the connector through the dimensions.
In the plasma state.
Yes, yes, in the plasma state. Well, actually, there is a connection. You see this center connection here, the physical reality and the plasma reality? There's a connection. And so when we discussed GANS state way back in the basics, we found that GANS is a lie detector. It detects the emotional content of the participants. So the question immediately comes forward, if GANS is physical, and it is because you can see it and you can touch it, how does it react in an emotional way? And the emotion, you can't touch it, you can't see it, right? So this has a duality. It is in this GANS state of duality, and carbon 14 has this same characteristic. So in other words, if the carbon 14 has the connection that the GANS state has the connection between the physical reality and the plasma reality, then the GANS of any element in the periodic table of elements has this same characteristic. But we are organic, which means carbon-based. And now we know that the universe is organic. It's carbon-based. So the definition really becomes redundant. But it is specific to the fact that there is a connector. And it is this characteristic of being able to waffle through the physicality of carbon-12 and the plasma reality of carbon-14 that allows us to transcend these various dimensions. That's the key point.
Yes, thank you very much.
So the universal body enhancement spaceship unit must be using some carbon-14 or some sort of plasmatic transfer. Apparently the soul operates on this level. And we are a compressed universe, Mr. Keshe was saying. So there's a lot of carbon-14 in our body as well. He said if you step on a nail, you feel it instantly. This is the carbon-14 or the what's energizing the plasma in a way. There's
It
something very
behaves.
special about it. Yeah, if we look in the matter state, the carbon-14 decays to the hydrogen-14, but that's in the matter state. And we've
Okay,
all
Mark.
made it, he said. We've all made it before, but we've missed it.
It really is hard to see. Okay, so it's a harsh criticism, very accurate though. There's a feeding system, but the environment is a feedback system. So we have an adaptation to our environment. That adaptation capability is the same, whether it's in a plasma reality or in a physical reality. It's the same way. And it's the uniqueness of the carbon-14, which it can connect in the plasma reality and connect with the carbon-12, which is in the physical reality. So let me just rephrase that. The physical reality being the carbon-12, the plasma reality being the carbon-14, there's a universal connection right there. And you've gone through different dimensions. Decay, in other words, the dimensions constitute a range, and that range is the physical reality. So you know that in our physical reality, we can be a physical body, or we can be a soul traveler. We know that because we can go to sleep and we can wake up. And we can pinch ourselves, right? You can clasp your hands. So you know there's a structure, that within that structure, you know that there's an energy force, there's a vitality. So there's an essence. Well, the plasma reality has the same thing. The only difference is that you can't clench your fist and you can't touch it. And the other difference is that you have to take into account the environment. So if the one plasma is interacting with another plasma, then the inertia between those two plasmas is the plasma interaction, is the dynamic plasma interaction. And there is no impetus for it to be manifest into the physicality. So if the impetus to manifest into physicality is there, then you will transform from the plasma reality to the physical reality. So the question comes, do the universal community want to manifest into the physical reality? Not into this hooligan bill. I think their interest is low. And because we're not aware of the universal community, so our interest is also low. But the fact of the matter is, all of us are connected emotionally. And that emotional connection is transcending the plasma reality and the physical reality. So now what you have is you have a whole planet that understands the failure of our society the way it is, which is determined and created through our moral bankruptcy. That's not the way the universe works. That's just the way that we have chosen to work on this planet. And as a result of that choice, that we get to bear those consequences. And those consequences are extremely binding. But the uniqueness that I've tried to demonstrate with the game of musical chairs is, when does the gravitational convert into magnetical, and can it do so? Well, when you understand that there's no way to throw anything, so if you, out of sight, out of mind, oh yeah, well, that's sure, but it's out of your sight, it's in someone else's sight. So you may throw the garbage to your neighbor, so it's out of your tiny perfect world, but now your neighbor's looking at you and say, hey, you're throwing garbage in mine. Your garbage is in my dimension. And so this creates a point of conflict. So it's a rudeness, it's an ignorance, it's a lack of education, it's a lack of understanding. And we're all guilty of that because we're all products of this society on this planet. So now comes a new awareness. So it's not an awareness to, make us all feel bad, but it's to understand through the depth of the understanding and the application of that understanding. So if you are, it's like you talk to a vegan. How do you know that someone's a vegan? Because they tell you. You don't even have to ask them. They just say, hey, my name is so-and-so and I'm a vegetarian. Okay. And then you have these tree huggers. Okay. Well, look at it from the point of view of the tree. Does that tree want to be hugged by this guy? Really? Why do trees grow at a certain distance from each other? Because they create their own field of reference. And then we come in there and then we want to hug them. They don't need your physical hug. That's meaningless. Because you can go and hug them in the wintertime and the sap runs out of that tree and that tree becomes a physical shell of its existence in the summertime. So you're just basically hugging a form artifact without a soul. The soul has gone into the root. But in the springtime, the soul comes back. And the tree grows again. And another ring forms on the tree. Another ring, another game of musical chairs. And it becomes stronger and contributes. And it has a fulfillment of its soul. So when we start to understand that all these things have a soul, and it extends to, of all things, rocks, then we understand what a state of suspended animation is, or what we understand, like a betta fish, they'll just sit there in the water and pine for a female. Or you get a hibernation where a bear will go in a cave and in the winter and sleep all winter. Like we sleep for, let's say, 8 hours. What would it be like if we go to sleep for 3 months? We'd say we were in a coma. So is a coma a state of hibernation? Maybe it's a way for the emotional state to come to grips with the physical state and say, this is not working for my soul. There's a conflict, and we need to have a conflict resolution. When that conflict resolution comes into being, then the coma is finished, and then the soul engages with the physicality. So if we understand this process and we understand this connection, And then we understand the disconnection and that process. So there's a coming, there's a going, it's a two-way street. It's magnetical, it's gravitational. There's an attraction, there's a repulsion on all levels.
So when one soul is trying to interact with another soul, they're using the carbon-14 communication and connection field of the carbon-14. I didn't think there would be something required like that, but maybe it is. He seems to say this is the line of communication that the soul operates on.
So this is a really important point. You are carbon-12. The person you're communicating to is carbon-12. Is your carbon-12 and their carbon-12 the same carbon-12? No, that's the problem. Our understanding, we call it carbon-12 generically, but each carbon-12 is different. We have 7 billion people on this planet. We're all different. So the interaction of the carbon with the environment is different because it carries different energies. So what we're just looking for is a common denominator, not the lowest common denominator. So the common denominator is the carbon-14 that is in the plasma state. That's how you communicate. The manifestation into the physicality is the dropping down of energy. So carbon-14 has more energy than carbon-12. 14 is more than 12. So to go into the physical state, it has less energy. It gets down into the carbon-12. So that's the manifestation of the physicality. Where does the other 2 carbon go? So those other 2 could manifest itself into water. 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen is water. And that is the universal solvent. We're all about 75% water. Yeah. Are you making the connection?
The soul is. Why did you bring up Darwin again? Was it the idea of the stronger feeding the weaker? He's thinking the stronger eats the weaker. Wasn't he didn't he study species or an anthropologist of sorts? Why was Darwin brought in again?
Well, I never had a chance to study him in depth. It's just, you know, the strongest, the survival of the fittest, right? So that's the mantra.
Okay.
Okay, so to not study, that would be the, you know, the generic conclusion. As I've studied him more, then I've found that there are a lot of characteristics and motivations that are behind that mantra that I find very disagreeable. And so that's why I brought it up, because the point is that if it's a theory, it only has to be disproven once to make it false. And so if we say that the survival of the strongest is the survival of the fittest, while the plasma science stronger feeds the weaker. So right then and there, boom, it's a done deal. We don't have to do any more exploration.
And when we look at rays and preemptics, those are straight lines, aren't they? They only have a directional movement, but they don't have any rotational until they start interacting or playing with the other kids or the other field.
Okay.
Maybe a field has a rotation and a direction, but not a ray or a preemptic. It just has a directional movement.
It has to have a no, it has to have a rotation.
A ray?
Yeah. Think of a ray as a bullet. And you know that a bullet traveling down the barrel of a gun rotates. In American football, a quarterback will pass to a receiver. If he puts a spin on the ball, the trajectory of that ball will be true.
Okay, I just thought the rays and the preemptics just go in a straight sort of until they get to interact with something else. Then they
Yeah.
could, if they find a similar field or a similar strength, they can start combining perhaps and
Yeah, but you
rotating.
have to go from a point of a magravs. In order to create a magrav, you have to have the basic dimensions of transmission, transition, and transmutation. You have to have that rotating field. You can't contain that energy.
You
Okay, I
see it
think
on the
we have,
picture of a transmission of light, the picture of the second book.
Yes, that is correct, John. Mark, were you gonna bring me in?
no, yes, I say your mic was open, Ed. Thank you.
Yeah.
I-
No, I just had some insight on this in that the array of light is just a plasma that has decided to go somewhere for a short description. And if so, a plasma is a dynamic structure, but when it goes somewhere, it elongates. And the light, that's what the light is. It contains all of the components of the plasma, the three different matters, as Alex so often points out to us, but they're within an elongated structure, a light ray now. And those different components of the light manifest themselves depending on the environment that it passes through, and so forth and so on. But so there is kind of a rotating, spiraling nature to the ray. At least that's the way I have been led to believe by reading and listening. Does that make sense?
So then what would be the difference between a plasma and a ray if they're both rotating?
One is going somewhere. It's traveling across the universe to a destination, a point of energy that it has found a similarity to, and it is drawn to. The ray of light, the plasma, when it decides to travel somewhere, it becomes a ray. And that's the light beam.
Yeah, when it hits matter.
Well, when it hits a matter state, it depends on which matter it is, but yes, it converts into that matter, if that's the strength that it's going towards.
When a magnetic ray comes into the atmosphere, it generates light. When it hits a solid matter state, it generates the heat.
We have a number of inadvertent mics opening, at least during your presentation. Sorry about that, Alex. We tried to catch them as quickly as possible. But now it's time for asking questions. I don't know if someone would like to pose a question. We have some 40 odd or even mics here. Would anyone like to open something up? Go ahead.
I just want to comment that, Ed's description is absolutely beautiful. And, it's just wonderful to see the contribution from all the knowledge seekers. When you have the tools of the terminology and you add that to the understanding, and you can start to put these concepts together, because we have to think in the terms of abstract, right? What we have lived in our physicality. We have to understand that there's a plasma reality. So these words that we are using, which are nothing more than physical constructs of our physicality, they convey ideas. So the ideas are part of this plasma energy flow. So to explain how this is happening, the only reference point that we can have is in our physicality. And what is so beautiful is that our physicality has many, many examples of this. And then just, you know, so many times, why does this happen? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I don't know because I don't have a basis for knowledge. So now we've incorporated the basis of knowledge. And so it becomes very easy for Ed to explain. You have two plasmas, and then you have an interaction of these two plasmas. So look at the direction of flow. On the left-hand side, you're looking at the top of the rotating field. In the center of the structure of light, you're looking at the side view of the rotating field. Where's that top? The top is on the right. Where's the bottom? The bottom is on the left. So on the left, we're looking at the top. On the right, we're looking at the bottom, destination. Top, source, bottom, destination. In between, we're looking at the side view. On the right is the top going to the bottom. On the left is the bottom coming from the top. Magnetical, gravitational interaction. It's a two-way street. And the target shooting is perfect. That's why the raindrops always fall in the center of the field.
Would anyone else like to come in here? I see Christian is here. Thank you for that wonderful video you've produced. I guess it'll be available to all of us, hopefully in the near future. He's looking for a couple of voiceovers, and we suggested Leanna. She has a beautiful voice, and Andreas is working with Dr. Kern. No, I was just thinking that the plasma, when it wants to travel, it converts into an elongated cylindrical type of motion, and then upon arrival, it returns back into this round plasma. Would we call that the neutron or just the plasma? Going from a circular to an elongated and then back upon arrival to a circular.
Exactly. Yes.
Ed? Is there something?
No, I was just going to say you're exactly right. But then you brought in the neutron, and I don't know about that. It depends on the interaction, I guess, of what it's going to and when it gets there. Because it's always going somewhere, like Alex says.
Yeah, but you know, that's a really good point, Ed, because when you look at the basis of the hydrogen, there is no neutron. It's only made of electron and a proton. So of all the periodic table of elements, hydrogen is the only one without a neutron.
All right, are there other questions or points anyone would like to bring up? I think there are many people here who studied the plasma science who may have a question, and don't feel your question is not appropriate because it's too simple or everyone knows the answer to it, perhaps we can open something else up about it.
I was wondering something, if I may. When talking about the different dimension of interaction, when the gravitational has to give to the magnetical, how can I make this more concrete in my understanding? Because now I'm more understand it with words. If you may elaborate on that.
The only way that you can make it more concrete is to make it more gravitational. That is the essence of concreting. And so in your memory, there is a rotating field around your neuron, your nerve. And in that rotating field, the more rotations it has, the stronger that field is. And being stronger, it can retain more information. And so the actual growth is memory retention of learning. And so that manifests itself into this myelin sheath around the nerve. And so that is a physical manifestation of that. It's now question is, how do you take that knowledge and put it in the plasma state? Well, this is the part of the growth. You can transcend now from a physicality into a plasma state the same way that you do when you go to sleep at night. This is literally what you're doing. Your body is physically going to sleep, but your soul is going into the dream state. And not only that state, that is only just one state. There are other states. So, depending on our skill level. And then in the morning you wake up, you come back into your physical state. So that is your concrete evidence. In other words, that is your physical evidence that you are able to leave your physicality and come back to your physicality. So that part is known and has always been known, but not been explained. But what is new, really, for all of us now, I would say, is that we can literally go to another environment and transmutate into another physicality. And the reason that this would come up is because if we can transmutate from our soul into our physicality, are we restricted to only doing this on Earth? Because the Earth is not the only physical thing in our universe, and we know that because when we look up, we can see other planets. So the question really is, well, let's put it this way, what the question is not. Can we transmutate on the planet Mars? So the answer is yes, we can. Okay, why did we not transmutate on planet Mars? Because we wanted to transmutate to planet Earth. We are part of the process. That's what we wanted to do. And then for many of us, we get here and we see what it's like, and we can't get out of Dodge fast enough. However, one piece of attitude change is my request. Understand that we are in heaven, because wherever we are, that's where heaven is. So all
So
of us together
this is
can make a change.
this is the idea that we're sort of chameleons where we can operate in the two dimensions simultaneously.
More than two dimensions, because the basis of the Magrav is 3 dimensions, and we are none of those 3 dimensions. So we're in the 4th dimension, but that's only our soul of the body. Then we have the soul of the man, that's in a different dimension, and then we have the creator. And that's
So
all
this
there
is playing with the carbon 12 in the matter state and the carbon 14 on the soul level. Is that
Touchdown!
we're going to be able to realize this ability and actually consciously operate in it?
Touchdown! You win. A+.
I like it. And the guy in soccer when he says goal.
Thank you so much for the elaborate explanation, sir. Well, when Mark was mentioning about the chameleon and the duality, it popped in my mind that Sir had once mentioned that I'm talking about Sir Keshe. He once mentioned that words are all blah blah blah, and it kind of gave me the impression that what we're all doing right now still, and I shouldn't say all because maybe not all of us, but at least I, on the more conscious level, we're learning and exchanging with words and with thoughts. But is it true that there is a, I mean, I know you can communicate through soul level, through dreams, but how can we communicate? Is it true that the next level, like the better level of communicating, is not with words and with thoughts, that it's very redundant and very, it doesn't do justice on what's communicable? Am I correct in thinking that? And if so, how is this, how can I set a step towards this? If you think you can give me a tip.
No, you don't need a tip. That is brilliant, what you just said. Absolutely brilliant, because now you understand that in the higher energy state, you can do more. You can be more, do more. So you cannot, this is why they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, isn't it? If you know, how long does it take for you to articulate 1,000 words? But how long does it take for you to see a picture? So obviously, there's more information conveyed in a picture. Well, even beyond that, there's more information conveyed in a thought. So all of these are different energy levels. And because these are all non-visible, non-tangible, we say, well, that's in a plasma state. And so to differentiate between the physical state, which is the transmutation of the thoughts into words, and we can use these words because we have mouths to speak and ears to hear. But if you're on the soul level and you don't have a mouth and you don't have an ear, you're not deaf and dumb. You don't need that, because you have other capabilities, more efficient capabilities. So when you say, oh, I like you because I like being with you, or I like you because I want to eat you. So if I say I like you, you really don't know what I'm saying. You are thinking what you think I'm saying. But on a universal level, on a soul level, you'll know exactly what I'm saying. And if I say, well, I like you, and you say, well, go ahead and like someone else, and we'll see you later. And this is where the plasma science, the plasma field creates a barrier, right? Because now we have a common denominator. You want to eat, and I don't want to be eaten. So we have a common desire to stay apart. But if I enjoy your company, then I have a common denominator to be attracted and come together.
Right, and apparently
So,
this
yeah.
zero time communication is built into all of us. We've just forgotten how to use it. So we're reviving this understanding of the ability to zero time communicate without actually going anywhere or, past the length of your voice shouting.
So Mark, until, we got into these classes, I had a lot of difficulty because as I was learning these skills about listening to the intent and not listening to the words, then when someone was lying to me, I found it, I couldn't turn around and say, hey, buddy, you're telling me a lie. Okay, because they would, be upset. So I had to pretend that I believed them. And this was an inconvenience to me. So, I had to sort this one out. And the way I sorted out is I tried to avoid liars. And I try and avoid them as early as possible, because it just becomes a mutilation of my soul, abuse of my soul, where I have to pretend that I believe them for the sake of their beliefs, where I knew very well that they were lying. Why do I have to pretend? They're the ones that are lying. So this is the unfortunate truth. When I say unfortunate, it means that when you're living in a society where everyone has grown accustomed to lying, then, you adapt to that. And you just say, well, you're on planet Earth, so therefore your culture is a lying culture. So you say that you're going to be here in half an hour and you come 2 hours later, I'm not going to be upset because I knew you weren't going to be there in half an hour. Right? But on a soul level, you need to be more precise. And
I
this
know
is
Mr.
where
Keshe said he was in London recently, and I think he said he was sharing something about this carbon 14, but he asked the person not to share it. And I thought, gee, that's a little odd. I was wondering if it was Kay or someone else. But maybe I misunderstood what was said there, but I think he was explaining something. Hello?
They are both here.
Yeah, well, I don't think he was explaining it using musical chairs.
No. You have your mic open. Is there something you wanted to say or add?
That's just accidental.
No problem. Nice to hear your voice.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your support as well. We're going to have a great class. Oh, yes. Come in, Joel.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. A lot speak about carbon 12 and carbon 14 and whatever. But what is amazing when Mr. Cass said, all of you are already done it, but you do not notice it was. Anyway, you need to think about it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know it?
We've already made it, he said. You've already made the carbon 14. You didn't see it.
CO2.
CO2 or the CH3, because he said that CH3 has the carbon 12 and it's very close enough and it gives like the carbon 14. And if you use the amino acids out of the CH3 and somehow introduce them within yourself, perhaps you can open up a certain line of communication or energize those amino acids and reduce the amount of food you need to take. And he said this could extend life on this planet for centuries. I guess all life, not only the human life.
You know it or you think you know it?
No, I only think I know it.
Okay. Can you open the whiteboard, please?
Right away.
By the way,
do you have it, Alex? Thank you.
Coming right up. How's that?
Thank you. It's very white. Thank you.
You racist.
Thank you. You know, guys, in your test time, when you get energy and it goes to your intestines, and in the end it goes to a bigger intestine, and it go out. Okay, so when the energy that is going in this way, it's a package of energy, yes, or packages of energies. Let's say million. When it goes in this way, every sector here, it takes from this package of energy, which you already consumed and you already sent to the intestine to be taken by the intestines, okay, to the liver. All of you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
As one time in the teaching, Mr. Cass said, the soldiers, they said we don't have enough food, and the general said, oh, what can I do? I will tell you something. He picked up a bowl of ice, and he told them, stand all of you in a line from the bigger to the smaller. And he said to the first one, take this ball of ice, put it in your hand until you cannot carry it anymore. You deliver it to the second one. So he gave to the first one. It took some 2 minutes, and then he cannot hold anymore. He gave to the second one, to the third one, to the fourth one, to the sixth one, until he become to the last one, which all this ice is no more. After this one, they didn't receive anything. Why? Because if we say this package of energy, it's have been taken by all of these until it reach the last one he can take from, and after that no one received anything. So this ball of ice is this food what you are eating, yes? So here in the beginning of your intestines, this is release of energies all the time until it become to a point where there is no more to feed, to give. Finish. But still there is energy. Which one? If no one, this is a matter state, huh? You think? But in a plasma, there is a plasma which is you do not see, because it do not manifest itself nearly in the matter state. Like the ray which comes from far distance, when it interacts with the universes and planets and whatever, every planet takes from it to the other, converted to the other, converted to the other, until it comes to a point which Mr. Keshe called it the gut particles. It's there, but the strength of it is very, very strong. You know, in the plasma, when it is heavier, it manifests, it gives. But when it is lighter, lighter and lighter and lighter, so this area where it's come to interact with, it goes more fine, and this is more speedy because he release, which is keeping him lower. So this package of energy, which is started from here as a ray, every time when there is interaction and some of this field, which is do not carry on with this one or which one interact with, it goes in another direction because it is not belong to this one because didn't interact, and it do not belong anymore to this one because do not rejoin. So it is higher in reality from the original. So if you speak about carbon-14, you need to understand how you create carbon-14, where you create it. And once I asked you guys where you create the B12. In your body. And if B12, you need it all the time or in certain moments. So if you create carbon-14, do you need it all the time or in certain moments of interaction? And he said, it do not goes to a decay because he do not need it. It's not the characteristic of it to go a decay. Which one go decay? It's carbon-12, carbon-14 in the nitrogen, or carbon-16 as oxygen. This one which goes to a decay. But some, you know, as just you said, Alex, about 7 billion is different. Yes, we are human, yes, but there is some of a human, they have a special ability which is not available to you or another one. So if you call yourself you are carbon-12, yeah, okay, but some of this carbon-12 as a human, it have a special characteristic which behave, let's say, as a carbon-14. Let's say this is just a comparison. So you think that you have it and you are working with it, but in reality, you missed it. And this will be continuing next week. Thank you very much. Any question? I hope there is no question. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear in the middle. I had an important call. I will hear.
Who called you?
Sister-in-law from Texas.
Okay. What he told you? It's not bad.
They're going to country.
Okay. Do you have a question?
No, I didn't hear your total teaching, but I will listen to listen in the recording.
Okay, my pleasure.
And oh, I will find out. It's okay. Thank you, Jalal bhai.
You're welcome.
Brother Jalal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, Alex.
Well, thank
Thank
you.
you, Jalal.
And I'm understanding the CH3 is close enough to the carbon-14 to use. And by making it and using the amino acid, it has that iron link built in or binded to it in a way. And therefore it doesn't need to deplete itself. It takes, it holds, and it gives, but it doesn't decay. So this is how the life is extended, through the powering up of the amino acids, your Kohan, that doesn't need to discharge and recharge. Apparently, I guess it's like a battery in a way. If you constantly have to lose energy and recharge it, the life of the battery doesn't last as long as if it could hold it or constantly feed it. So I'm making a plate now, and I'm going to make some more CH3. I had a question on the CH3. When you're using the wire mesh, and if you cut the mesh that the iron is exposed, in other words, it's all zinc coated, but if you cut a piece out of it, unless you use one of the ends and sort of roll it in a way where there's no iron exposed, does this make a difference in making your CH3? If any iron is exposed by cutting it into a certain shape that you could fit your container, let's say, would it make a difference, or does it all have to be covered with zinc and then the fields interact with the iron fields without exposing them in the water, let's say? Any ideas from anyone?
So I can answer that question this way, Mark. I can't tell you what the difference is. I can tell you that there is a difference. Every time you cut something, every time you bend something, there's a difference. Every time you do something at a different time, there's a difference. So all these things come into account. What you need to do is to figure out what the significance of this. So for instance, if you took into account everything in the universe, you would be forever busy taking everything into account. You'd never be able to do anything. So you have to balance off doing everything and doing nothing. And so, like a lot of us say that, we're doing nothing when we're resting. But 70 trillion cells are busy, and so we're busy. So it's us as a soul who have enlisted the services of the other souls, the cell souls, to take care of that business. And this is where we have to understand that when we want to dominate physically over our soul, that we are dealing with, first of all, a lower energy level, and that this lower energy level has already been taken care of, because each cell takes care of its own business, because each cell is a magrav and has its own soul. And then collectively, all of these cells work together as a magrav, which we call the body. And the body takes care of the business. And so the fact of the matter is that the cells and the body can do a far better job than we can, because our goal is to provide a magrav condition of balance. That's our goal, and that follows the universal law. And so by giving that decree, that moral decree, to every component of our body, that's all we need to do. Once we have the ethos, then the rest of the souls follow that ethos. In other words, the soul doesn't have to micromanage. the soul simply delegates to the other souls. And how many souls are there? So this is where the plasma souls interact, and do we follow the rules of the universe? So how much do we take into account? And how much do we not take into account? And so sometimes we overcommit to taking things into account, which prevents us from doing enough to complete our work. And I think we're all guilty of that because, well, it's just the way it is. So how skillful are we? That's the question. So you find some people can do more with less, and we find that people put demands on us because we're capable. So we end up having to do more and more with less and less until we do everything with nothing. But that nothing is really the non-visible plasma reality, because this is what you know. If the food source provides us 20% of our energy, and through Jalal's description here, this beautiful description of how the energy is transmuted, 80% is not coming from this diagram.
Right. I thought it was very interesting, Mr. Keshe, referring to us as just a compressed universe in a way.
Yeah,
so it's a new way to look at ourselves.
The reason I bring that up is because for the longest period of time, I was in the health food, industry, so to speak. Well, we're all in the health food industry, healthy and unhealthy. It's all part of the health industry. But anyway, the point is we would always emphasize and say, oh, well, this is the key thing. You got to have this, and then that would be fine. Well, if that was true, there wouldn't be that much diversity. So, when we talk about as knowledge seekers, we talk about, say, 4 basic ganses, and when we look at the universal enhancement unit with 2 orders of magnitude, in other words, 400 ganses, and all operating on a non-physical state, which means it's operating at a higher order of magnitude, well, you understand the difference. And how many things do you take into account? Now, what happens if Mr. Keshe were to decide to put 1,600 components in there? And I'm not saying that he hasn't. I'm just saying if he were to put 1,600 components in there, which is, 400 times 4, would that mean he would last? It would take 4 times longer to develop. Yeah, it would. So, with the 2-year delay that we've had because of the pandemic, we've gone through progress. But at some point in time, that progress may continue, but that progress may manifest itself into a course of action. And so that course of action has manifested itself into a visual enhancement, vertical enhancement, horizontal enhancement, universal enhancement, and projected delivery system to inner and outer space. So at some point in time, that has to be manifest, but the research continues.
Oh yeah, he said, go back to your boxes and see what you've missed. So apparently there's quite a bit that was missed. I was going to ask him, somebody asked me to ask Mr. Keshe about the signing of the contracts. I think he's finalized the manufacturing in Romania, but I was wondering about this other company as well. He was just here for a moment, but he's not now. So very nice manufacturing in Romania with perhaps 1,000 jobs, plus or minus some. So this will be one of the major manufacturing facilities. So beautiful gift to Romania. And I'm sure they're watching it or are aware of it pretty much. Our knowledge seekers.
Mark, I'm going to change the picture. Is that okay?
Sure. He's gonna continue. Can we save it for next week? He said he'd like to continue it next week.
Okay, no problem. Take it out.
Did you want to continue now, Jalal?
What?
On this picture? You said you were going to continue something next week?
I think all of you understand. I hope.
Right now, if the body has enough energy in it, none of this conversion will take place. It will just get rid of it, won't it? If it has the energy it already needs within the body, and let's say you had a second meal on top of your first meal, and therefore none of this would happen, right? It would just try to get rid of it because it doesn't need it.
We are forcing a lot of things, needed or not needed. That's why we are dying so fast.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
So-
this conversion. But he was talking about that with the Chinese and how much they eat the same for breakfast and lunch and dinner, huge plates of it. But apparently, and of course, he mentioned the green tea in that question. But if the body has the energy it needs, I think he gave the example of the bananas before. If your body only needs the energy of one banana and you eat 10, the rest get pushed through without absorbing any of its energies because you're satisfied with the one. If that's my understanding.
Jalal bhai, say it. You want to say something? Say it.
Yeah, I want to bring it in a question that bring you to think, you know, to I do not want to just split it like this. And look, we always have neutron, proton, electron. This is especially in our universe.
Except the hydrogen. Yeah.
Hydrogen have a proton and electron.
Right, no neutron.
And they behave as a neutron. No. It's all it's one. It's no different. But there is a packages. There is a packages. Let's say I will make a small work here. A mother as a neutron and a daughter, let's say, and a brother. If I want to put them in this respect, proton, neutron, proton, electron, in this respect, I will do like this. I will put the mother as the neutron, the brother as a proton, and the daughter as electron. Why I make like this? The sun and the what you call it? The girl, the daughter is the electron. Why? Because the daughter itself in the future, she will become itself a neutron. And it can give out proton, electron. This is in respect, you know, like something to think about. It's the same thing. There is a neutrons which they do not goes to a decay. It's only release energy, but they do not go to a decay. And this is what you really you want to look for. The first,
Sorry.
did anyone call you?
But this neutron must be taking energy, yes?
They're
No.
cycling. They're
It
cycling.
no, it have nothing to do with taking or, but I am saying
Okay.
you need to look for at a work that this neutron do not goes to decay, because it is from his interaction he is only giving energy out without going to a decay, unless there is something special happen really for him to go to a decay. Where we find this one in our work? Isn't that, let's say,
Carbon
the son,
14.
the father? He cannot go decay. He cannot give. He's a neutron, but he cannot decay. But he give.
Or the iron in the CH3 when it's made, he says it's self-feeding.
What iron CH3? CH3 you can do only with iron, and this is the problem. We don't think more. You need a difference of 3. What you are using, my dear? You are using a copper 59. Okay, if I bring you a material of 5,990, can you make me CH3, please? Yes, you can. But we do not go with our understanding to another dimension to make CH3. It is the interaction of 2 plasma give you 6. Interaction with extra plasma give you 3. But this 3 cannot make a neutrons because it's a weak enough. Let's see, weak enough. So they will cover the second in command. And the first command is the neutron. Second in command is the proton and electron. So, but this CH3 now, what you are doing with this one, it's higher and higher and higher and higher from the CH3, which is you are using copper and iron. And this is very weak materials, my dears. There is higher source of material. Okay, take gold. Take gold instead of copper. Here is gold. You have 198. I cannot use my board because if I use it, I will kick you out. So this 198 gold. What kind of material you need to make carbon? Anyone? Anyone knows? Anyone?
Nano coating copper and gold. Yeah.
I'm saying I want carbon. Carbon 6. Carbon, what you call it? 12. I want to make C. The first, okay. Oh, wait. This is all complicated here. I have C here. I have C here. This one here, I made CH3 by using nano coated copper and galvanized zinc. I create CH3. First interaction, I create 6. The second interaction, I make 3, and this will become 3 hydrogens. So now I have the second one. I have the first one is gold, 198. I want to make carbon. Can someone please tell me what kind of material I put against to give me 6?
Whatever weight is 192 or 204.
Thallium is 1.
What is it, John?
Thallium.
Well, whatever name.
It's 204.
So I nano coated the other one, and I put it against the gold. But now what I need, look, now what I need to give me the second interaction 3. Come, you said it, guys. Think.
Platinum, Jalal.
Platinum. 200.
Yes.
200. Yes, I think 201.
Platinum is 105.
195.
Yes.
Okay. 195. But here, no, you don't have, because you used 204, the bigger one. As John said, you used 204.
If not, it's iridium.
Whatever.
197, 198.
Whatever. So you need to bring a material which is the difference is 3 between gold and this one, and then you galvanized this 3 or this material with something give you the difference of 6. Understand? Because here, when I used copper, I used against it iron in the beginning. And this iron between copper and iron is 3. So I galvanized the iron with zinc. So inside the difference is 3. Outside the difference is 6. So the first interaction goes to the neutrons. I will have 6. This one will go out. Not anymore zinc. It will take the iron now, the second interaction. But unfortunately, there is no more neutrons. All is occupied. So it will add to the second one. The second one is 3. And if you are smart enough to have another material which is inside, whatever is inside, this will give you a third interaction, and no matter what is inside here, because you are dealing now with the plasma environment. So if you have neutron, now this one will be proton, and this the second one, the third one will be electron. Can you imagine what kind of you will have here? Don't stick with one. We until now we stick only with copper. My God, nano coated copper. So since 10 years, nano coated copper, nano coated copper. We didn't went even nano coated zinc. We didn't went to the iron. We didn't went to the other, as we said here, platinum or silver or whatever. It's a huge difference. So your carbon 12, which is a sole connector, my dear friends, this one do not goes to a decay. The equal for carbon 14 in the amino acid is the, when you create an amino acid here, from carbon 14, it goes to nitrogen in the matter state, because this one, it have special special interaction originally coming from, he give to the oxygen 16 and he give to the carbon 12, so it can goes in the matter state. It can goes to the matter state, so that's why he goes as a neutron, nitrogen, sorry. And if you look in the nitrogen, what is the characteristic of the nitrogen? Is it a staple? Look at it in the Wikipedia. Anyway, even with that, CH3 or CO2 or COO, we stick only with copper and zinc plate, and this is all. But this is very tiny step, very tiny step. And I remind you with something. Don't forget when Mr. K is saying the first inception. When the plasma release from this part here, this is a field, you know, this square, this is a field. From this field of interactions, which is do not belong here and here, it goes as a ray. It is very high and very strong, because this is higher than which is coming in. So that's why you need to look to the first rays, which is, he said, what you call first inception. Why it's first inception? Do not belong.
Jalal, is that why when the raindrops hit the water, the first wave is the strongest?
In the plasma we are speaking, it's not necessary like this. In the plasma, it could be, you know, like what the gases, what we eat. The last thing you get the B12. Where do you get the B12? In the beginning of your intestine. You know, like it's like a diamond. It's a diamond which is covered with all these sorts of things. You polish it, polish it, polish it, polish it. Take from it, take from it, take from it, like the onion, until you go to the main one, to the real one, the fine shape. And this is in the diamond structure. And why you don't find a lot of diamonds? Because there is no, it's not always this first conceptions come together as a packages. It need a special rotation. It need a special point of Earth. Maybe Earth in a special place which gathered this energy to interact in special point. You know, there is a lot in it. Okay, so think please. When he is using the iron, the galvanized iron, don't limit yourself in this only. You can make a lot, especially if you have the capability of doing all these galvanized things and different kinds of elements. If you make the carbon out of 59, it's nothing. But now, I don't think you need any more materials. Okay, you can do it with the plasma. You can call up whatever you want. Still, you will have the carbon and the oxygen and nitrogen and hydrogen, but in different strength. In the public teaching, when he was teaching us about the hydrogen and deuterium and tritium, anyone remember in the public teaching? This hydrogen, if you can create after what you do with the CH3, and now you know how to do that, do it with another string and create from this 15, you take one hydrogen out of CH3, do it from, let's say, go heavier, higher in this, go to the other one, take from CO2, create the condition to release a hydrogen, go to the CO, go to the gold, go to the silver. And you will create a hydrogen. Let's say, what is the difference between this hydrogen which created from CH3 and this hydrogen which created, let's say, from gold? 100% different. Originally, all of them came from one, but different environment created this one. A special environment created this one, and this is what you need. Okay, any question? I hope Celine, she have a call. Okay.
No, I don't have any call.
All right.
Jalal bhai, I first time when I make the GANs, the CO2,
Yeah.
long time ago, it came black. So I thought I made something wrong. So I throw those in the backyard.
Wait. What you said? First time you made CO2,
Yeah,
it
and
become
it
black.
Yes, it was black.
You,
So
you mean the coil or the plate? It released this
no, the
blackness.
GANs was black. The GANs was black.
The GANs was black.
Yes,
What you put?
zinc and copper and LED light, battery. That's it.
Okay.
So
And this battery 1.5
yeah,
volt.
the
Yes?
old battery. Yeah, old battery.
Are you sure it's old?
Yes, it was old. And then I throw those in the backyard because I was scared. Well, I made something wrong. So after that, I made a lot of GANs, different kinds of GANs, CO2, CST,
Okay.
gold
Wait.
GANs.
Well, let's stick with this blackness. What you done?
Yeah.
Why you throw it?
Mr. Keshe used to say the GANs should the CO2 GANs will be white.
Okay, because you are new, I think here, Mr.
The
Keshe from
long time ago.
Okay.
I'm following him from the like beginning.
Okay. Do you remember when he said, "Do not throw anything"?
Yeah. After that, I already did. After that, he said, "Don't throw anything."
Wait. You know what?
Yeah.
You do not. When you go and you put all your work to
Yeah.
make to enter the world of plasma, he said, "You do not throw anything from the first inception to the baby, to the man, to the woman, to the community in this respect."
Yeah, it's part of me in the earth, in my backyard.
So I cannot tell you what you've done. I know what you've done, and unfortunately you've thrown it away. And normally you do not need to throw it because summon what you done.
Wait.
It's I cannot say I cannot say, but
you understand?
Yeah, you in one way of in the work you will need it 100%. You are very beautiful and very good in what you done because you need it in this specific. So nothing is wrong. Mr. Ka said never. He said in the plasma nothing is wrong, but do it for your expectation. That's different.
Okay.
You need the CuO and you create let's say aluminium. You need aluminium and you create iron, but you create something.
Yes.
Unfortunately, you throw it away.
It's okay.
But
And then
but this what you create in a place in the plasma.
It was important.
It's very important.
Okay.
This is the question I asked before I went sick. If you remember, in the Brazilian team. And Monday, tomorrow, come to the Brazilian team and I will tell you what you done.
Not now.
Yeah. If there is no questions or someone I would like to add, maybe.
Maybe I made the fuel from the flying machine.
Everything can relate it to the flying machine. Everything can relate it to the magram. Everything can relate it to everything because it can behave as a gravitational and it can behave as a magnetic. And it have source of energy. You enter the world of plasma.
Yes, and
So
I'm gonna say
everything is
anything.
count. everything count, and everything is have, you know, a lot of people, they do not know what they have when they have. What kind of knowledge they have? They enter a different world. You know, all of us, we say we want to go to space. Okay, the first time you enter this world of the plasma, you went and you put caustic, and you know, you made your nanocoating. You are already in this space.
Yeah,
But if we don't see,
but I'm in space. I know that.
yeah, you know that, and you throw them.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It is with me. I made
It's
it.
learning process, no problem.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. And then after that, I made CH3, CO2, different white one, and then gold guns. I don't know it happened or not.
Yeah,
It came.
Sorry, you remind me of something. Wait a minute. Mr. Cash here. Mr. Cash, can you please answer a question?
What do you want to know? Good evening. I stayed out of it up to now.
I want you to be out of it. Good evening, Mr. Cash. The CH3, do we allow to make the CH3 now, or still not?
Yes, we said about a year ago you can start playing with CH3.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. You got to understand, you explained a lot of things, Jalal. Actually, we're very close to the knowledge and understanding, but there is a point that you got to, I mean, you're not a physicist, but as a what I call ground level knowledge seeker, you understand the technology very well. From the way you explain it.
You know what I need, Mr. Cash?
What? Half of my brain?
No, my dear friend. No. Come close to you. That's all.
This is something which, what we call, what you were just talking about. You know that the situation now with the nuclear reactor in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And there is a possibility there are 2 more nuclear reactors in Ukraine, which are again powerful. There's a possibility if this carries on, one of these will run into problem. We have already on Friday have declared the position of the Keshe Foundation in respect to any accident in any of the power stations to head up the IAEA, which means we are ready to go in, and we have declared we have enough to contain radiation within the boundaries of the power stations. We carry that much material within the Keshe Foundation. And this partially comes into what you were explaining. As much as you can release, you can absorb. And now we're going back to what we call the situation we had with Fukushima, but in a way of containment. And our clearance has set with the IAEA now that in principle, what you explained in a different way can be used to what you call bring the forces of the nuclear industry, if it goes wrong, under control very rapidly. We carry enough material in a way to be able to contain the radiation and the fields of the plasma which the radiation might release. And we have entered this again with IAEA, not this time with the Americans, but with IAEA, which we know they listen to and they read what we send to them very thoroughly. We know this for a fact, now confirmed in a press conference in Tehran by Dr. Grossi, the head of IAEA, that he has said that they realized that a lot of things which Israel has provided has been fabrication to create mayhem, and Iran, in a way, now confirmed, has no nuclear weapon technology. This is after we send the materials to IAEA on the 15th of December. And now they have accepted the findings that were the proof we delivered that confirms what we call the deception used by the Israelis to confirm it, and the evidence we gave was so solid that could not be disputed. So as knowledge seekers, we are reaching there, but we got to understand in more detail the knowledge, the technology. And I said to our Iranian team yesterday, after the speech of Grossi, that we said if that report has done its job, suddenly there is no talk of Iran having a weapon technology or nuclear reactor, what do you call it, weapons. And this is how, when you understand the knowledge and you can explain it to the people who don't, then you open an insight, and this is the way you teach. And this is nice to see. It's not anymore nano coating, it's understanding the concept of what these things do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. But really, do you think it can goes to this point of?
We do not know, because nuclear reactors have certain characteristics, and this power station has been under control and supervision for quite some time. It has, I think, 6 reactors, and one at a time is kept operational. Most of the multiple reactor sites now, by international law, 1 is operational usually, or 2 out of 6 for safety reasons. And at the time of attack, only 1 reactor has been on. And this power station supplies 20% roughly of the energy of the Ukraine. And we have 2 more. If the Russians go for those 2 more, then they control over 50% of the energy into Ukraine and Eastern Europe, because it's planned that it supplies energy into Eastern Bloc. So we'll see. Actually, Ukraine is, I think, is statistically the 2nd, if I'm correct, nuclear nation in Europe from the power generation point of view, after France, which is about 85%. There's a lot of things floating. Our main concern now is how now Russia will play this into the talks in Vienna, because it's critical for our negotiation. If they play, then we have a setback. We hope not, but it looks like it could be coming in that way.
It will affect the talk?
Yes, I already affected top class 24 hours 48 hours here. Because there is the insight into this negotiation is very, very it's very complicated, but it's well designed that all the 5+1 benefit from Iran nuclear technology. And this is what we wanted to, and we got the part of the negotiation from the beginning this way. Iran is not stopped to produce nuclear enriched fuel. We are not. But unknowingly to public, we are allowed to sell it, and we are selling it. And we sell Iran enriched uranium as part of the what we call original 2015. We sell enriched uranium to Russians. All Russians have accepted to buy the enriched uranium of Iran as we enrich for their power stations. And in return, they give us yellow coke that we use again to produce more. Iran makes money on the back of the negotiation. We become a nuclear fuels, what do you call it, sale company in a way, country. But on the agreement, it can only be sold to Russia because it's a landline direct. We go directly to nuclear power stations of US, what they call it, Russia. And now, with all these financial sanctions, Russians play the game that if we are sanctioned, we cannot trade in anything. We cannot pay Iran for the, what do you call it, the enriched uranium they supply us, and this trade has to stop. And if Iran cannot deliver its enriched uranium with the facilities which have already been built between Iran and Russia, Iran is going to be left with huge amount of enriched uranium that nobody wants Iran to possess. And this creates a bottleneck. So in a way, Iran becomes producer and at the same time a storage to store it. And this is the part which can break up the what they call the negotiation. If Russia refuses to buy what they call it, enriched uranium from Iran. They say if you sanction us for oil and everything else, so uranium, plutonium, and nuclear industry has to be sanctions too, which means we can't trade in it. And it's a very delicate situation, but Biden is in problem with this too as well, if this doesn't go through. And on the back of it, Keshe Foundation, we run into problem because we are back to it in a different way. But we'll see. It's a big chance, or maybe it is a key to the whole of Ukraine situation.
I think, Mr. Cash, we need to send them your teaching in the circle of the creation.
This is what it comes, if you come into it, that's from the beginning years ago. What we negotiated in the background with the Americans, 5+1, was very one-sided to the benefit of Iran. We carry on producing plutonium and uranium in different scales, and we're selling it. That's what the whole, they can't stop us. So they found a customer for us, which was Russia. We showed that we can transfer yellow cake into useful fuel, which now is what we receive from what we call it, from the Russians. We are allowed to carry on with our technology. We are allowed to be part of at this moment of the production. And in about 15 years, there is not enough uranium production in the world. Iran will become naturally a supplier. With all the number of reactors are coming into operation, we'll see that come up. So what we negotiated was the best thing for the Iranian nation in this 2015. And now for the first time, we can talk about one of the best part of it, which we are actually a nuclear nation setting, and now allows us to go to the next phase. But we'll see what happens by next Friday. We are expecting that the agreement will complete by Tuesday, Wednesday, because will be announced around about 14, 15, maybe by Tuesday around about 14th, 15th, because it's a very important day in Iran. The last Tuesday night is a night of firework and celebration. And the plan is that there will be announced just about a day, 2 days before that people can celebrate with the firework and everything else. There's well set up design how this thing works. And this can put what they call a French spanner into the work. We'll see by next week. We have to have an agreement by the 14th. Completed or 2 days before or by next Friday. This is a plan that Iranians will celebrate. We call it Charge Embassy. It's the last Wednesday, eve of Wednesday in Iran, which they make fireworks and everything else. And they want to bring it to boost the nation up into what we have achieved what we came for, but now we are in the limbo at this moment.
Mr. Keshe, is this energy that's supplied out of Ukraine into Europe or Eastern Europe and Western Europe? I could see this winter is winding down in a way. There's not many weeks left to it, but if these reactors are not prepared or they go offline, would next winter be the real problem situation?
Oh, this will be sorted by June, July.
Okay.
We hope so. Because if it's not sorted by end of May, April, Ukraine becomes what we call war zone into what we call the skirmishes of fighting and into what we call the battlefields of between the Ukrainian outside being poked in by the Americans and the Europeans, given tools to defend themselves. We'll have what you call it guerrilla warfare. And Russia doesn't want to get into that. And you heard what the Russian foreign minister said today was very clear that if any European nation, because the American asked the Europeans to give aircrafts to the Ukrainians, or they have given it to the Poland, and the Poland automatically denied it, that they don't need any aircraft or whatever. And the Russians said if any European nation gives an aircraft to another country to be used against, or to the Ukrainian to be used against Russians, that nation is considered to have entered war. And nobody wants to play with Russia. So they're going to finish their job, whatever they came into the by June, July, they move it. Well, it's accommodating this huge number of refugees which are coming out of Ukraine into first line Western European countries, and behind it, the other European nations to accept how many thousands.
There's so many stories coming out of the news, we don't quite understand which one is the correct story, whether these plants were sabotaged purposely. The
It's not
Ukrainian
sabotage.
shooting.
What they bombed is an old reactor, an old building of a reactor management building. They didn't bomb a reactor. They don't even touch the control room. There's a management building of the reactor has been done, and that was deliberately to bring you scared that they can go into the reactor directly.
It's rather dicey, as they say.
Well calculated. We expect to see the next two reactors near the borders in the far west to be taken over in the next 2 to 3 weeks. The plans looks that way. The Russian military forces were just drawing up to that target. We got to realize it's a beautiful, if you notice it, it's not an occupation. Nowhere, Russia, even in the city where the nuclear reactors taken, other ports, have risen the Russian flag to be a war, to be occupation. They're still allowing Ukrainian flag to fly. Militarily, diplomatically, politically, does not create a condition of war. If they move in and change flags into the Russian flags, then we are in a war state. In the cities they've taken, in the towns they've taken, they still leave the same mayors in office. They don't change the flag. It's not an occupation, it's not a war.
And aren't they purposely not trying to destroy the infrastructure, the power system, the water system, the sewer system, and so on? Russia's
It's
trying
a
to be.
part of the control. You'll get that eventually in every position. You got to understand, if Russia wouldn't take him, maybe we lose 10,000 people in this situation in Ukraine. If it would not gone this way, we would have looked at least 100 to 200,000 deaths in USSR and other parts of the Russia, and into right to the back of the Chinese border in western provinces. The plan is huge. It wasn't there. Vatican got beaten up in China. Now they're going through to get to Russian church and then to Kazakhstan, getting to create more mayhem in the western front of the China-Russian border.
Yes, it just seems the wrong, they have that game, pin the tail on the donkey, but it seems they're pinning the tail on the wrong fella here in so many ways, as you've explained it. He was defending or bringing back his daughter, so to speak, into the fold, that the daughter wouldn't get abused.
It is a very, nobody will move. Russia will complete this process. And we have casualties, definitely. It's going to be, it runs into thousands now, these casualties. And as long as this young chap stays in Ukraine as a president, they see him as a Westerner. This is a guy who allowed the Western nations to come in and everything else too. If we go back a few weeks ago, I told you he'll go to Siberia. If they get their hands on him, he'll spend the rest of his life in Siberian, northern Siberian prisons. And then they will negotiate for his freedom. Most probably get the American passport and he'll go to America, and we won't hear from him anymore.
Yeah, it's not been explained, the religious aspect of one church trying to take over another one, that's not been mentioned anywhere by anyone except yourself that I've
No.
read.
Nobody will ever tell you that.
Mm.
Vatican never enters war in any front, but it finances all the wars. Done that for centuries.
Well, we're going to close with that last clip of the Pope leaving or entering the Russian embassy. And what you've explained to us about this, about finance. And it's not so much about religion, but it's about the wealth of one church wanting to take from the other.
It's a money game. By the way, some of your explanation were not near, but on the right track about carbon-14.
Myself?
Are you talking to me?
I don't know. I don't know. I just listen. I'm not going to say anything. And what do you call it? Carbon-14. There's a piece all of you missing, and it's amazing how you're missing. But you talk about it in another parts, but you don't understand what you're missing. And when you talk, you don't connect. You don't make a connection.
I'm trying to extract some of the knowledge from one of the papers, the gift you've given to stop the killing on this planet. And it seems like we need to use those amino acids from the CH3 to combine with our amino acids so they stay fully charged rather than depleting and recharging them with the matter state. And you said the iron is a constant, it doesn't need to be recharged. So if you can get those amino acids out of the CH3 and introduce them in a certain way, you can keep your own amino acids from being depleted. Is that a misunderstanding or somewhat close to the understanding you were trying to convey?
Maybe.
Okay.
You got to understand a little bit deeper the whole concept of life in space. Is an integrated system, but strange enough, all you notice here separated, pigeonholed.
But you keep saying the stronger feeds the weaker. Is that only in space or here in the matter
Here
state as
too.
well?
In the matter state too.
Right, but why are you making us, well, I guess maybe we're not working so hard to understand it, but is it such a secret that we're not ready to understand it? Is this one of the reasons?
No, it's just that you're not educated.
I knew I shouldn't have went to
Maybe
college.
No, I don't mean in going to school. You're not educated in connecting the knowledge of plasma.
maybe
I
CO2 and
agree.
CH3 combination.
Pardon?
CO2 and CH3 combination, both of them together.
We can
Mixing.
do it.
I did like 80% CO2 and 20% CH3, and it helped me.
With
I
what?
did. My vision came after that. I took like a month the water of those, and then I had a little coughing. So I thought maybe I did something wrong. And again, I threw the GANs in the sink. And then 5 days later, my vision came. After that, I can see a lot of stuff. So I know that GANs helped me something, did do something. There is something.
There is a lot of things. The whole creation is in the GANs.
Yeah, we
But
don't
you got
need.
how to untap the secret.
Yes. Very simple, but we don't do different way. Thanks to you.
Yes, thank you for all you've shared. Yes.
Yeah, but the thing is, we share so much knowledge, but you got to be wise, or you got to put a lot of things together to see it, to connect it. And now we start locking up into the world scientists. As you will see in the coming weeks, Keshe Foundation will concentrate on bringing world scientists into the foundation. We don't expect them to accept the technology. We don't expect them to understand it. We teach them to use their knowledge to fulfill our, what we call, target. We start heavy recruitment of the world scientists about 2 weeks ago. And you will see massive number of scientists, world-class scientists will be working somewhere in a background through or with or in conjunction with the Keshe Foundation. That they can bring, they have the knowledge, they can see the new knowledge and see how we see them connecting together.
Does this mean that the contracts have been initialed? I know you said it would be the largest, the Keshe Foundation would be one of the largest scientific organizations, but you were waiting until certain agreements or contracts were signed, initialed, and so on. Does that mean, I think you've done the Romanian manufacturing last week. You said you were going to
Yes,
be.
we have signed the first phase of the Romanian factory. We
Okay,
have to
phases.
see how the rest will come in. It's a massive structure, and the same is we will bring out in next week, 2 weeks, new products never seen in public.
That's what I was referring to, this conglomeration or this amalgamation of a company or
Will
companies.
become the center point for scientists to come to share.
You said products we've never imagined or seen before?
Yep. Our agreement should be completed by sometime this week, and then we will launch products. Very much different than household goods and that kind of thing. We go into the industrial level. Once we complete signing this agreement in next coming days, then we will be in the next level for that.
So they seem to be very ready to go. Who's dragging the feet on this? Or is it just little?
No, it's just crossing the T's and putting the dots on the I's. Nobody's holding back. It's a huge movement of scientists.
And they're going to surpass the work of the knowledge seekers, more or less. more than less, huh?
They are already knowledge seekers themselves. Most of these scientists been using our technology or nanotechnology. Now they're joining as a forces, national forces with the Keshe mission. It's not that they are not, they already are, but they know they need to complete it. So we have brought the whole structure into Keshe. It's a huge number of them.
So, Mr. Keshe,
Oh, go
sorry,
ahead.
Mark. For 2 weeks, you are asking about 12 and 14, and now when Mr. Keshe now want us to enter a little bit, you bring another topics. Okay.
Pardon?
No, sorry, not with you, Mr. Keshe. So, Mr. Keshe, can you bring us a little bit closer?
What?
Can you bring us a little bit closer? What?
Where? Austria is the closest you can get to.
He said, we've been talking about the C-14 for a couple of weeks now, and now I introduce another subject.
No, it's just that you have to got to go back into layers of teaching and deciphering. I have hidden the technology in a very, very open way. It's under your nose so bad that you can't even see it, even though you smell it.
You know, that's why I have a cold. That's why
It's like the cat looking for the food. He can smell it, but he can't find it.
No, it's just like putting the food under your nose. It's so close that your eyes can't see, but you can smell it. So what is it?
Can I say something about
Yeah.
that? We made CO2 and we made CH3. I don't know, maybe something building up in our body. Maybe CO2 holding us in our body, and it is capturing something else. So little by little, we are changing. I don't know. It is my feelings. And someday we'll see we are changing.
Okay, so it's right under our noses, but our eyes can't see it. We can smell it. Very good. You've always said you were a master magician or a master of disguise, both actually. And I think once we do discover it, that point will be brought home even harder. Anyone else, while Mr. Keshe is here with us, would like to ask a question? I know it's approaching. It's actually a couple minutes after midnight in Europe. Alex, is there anything else you'd like to say or bring? I know you did quite a job
I want to
today.
say thank you, Mr. Keshe. Only thank you.
Yes, and it pleases the universal community that we're here listening as well and trying to learn this knowledge and absorb some of this knowledge. So it's very delightful for the universal community to see that there are people here that are willing to listen and try and do some work in the lab and so on and so forth to discover or what we don't know, or improve what we think we do know. But I've always said that I understand, and I think the more you know, the more you should realize, or we should realize, how much little we do know. That's normally, I think, the way it works. When you don't know anything, you think you know everything. And when you know a little bit, you realize how much more out there is to know, even in different dimensions and different understandings. One of the questions I wanted to ask you, Mr. Keshe, is even though there are other entities in the universe that are in different dimensions, I feel we're still all connected through the center, or through the soul, or the energy of each of those individuals. Is that correct? It would seem really a no-brainer that the whole system is connected together. But even though they've never manifested in the matter state, we're still connected with them?
Man is not unique, and man is not alone. You see, it's the same as what they call, you say you're Chinese, or you're American, or you're Bulgarian, or whatever. And then you say, we are humans. If you are humans and we are all connected to each other as human, so it doesn't matter what you are, Bulgarian, Russian, whatever, you have one common denominator, creator, which is whoever came, where they came, which way they came. They started, and one family became two, and two became three, and three moved on. Many times when I travel around the world, I think, can you imagine what happened? How did the villages created? How little villages are created? How people come to create these conditions and these homes, and where did they start? We didn't grow out of nowhere from underground. A mother gave birth to 2 or 3 children, and they met a woman down the village, the next village, and they got married, and they couldn't be between. They went further up. And then they created the next village for the children. The children went further up. And this is how cities expanded to be created from one point to another. And if you look at it, where did the first cycle of man came from? Which village in the universe? That we moved up to this village. Are we the creation of this planet, or are we replication of another cycle of life? There are different angles to look at it. You put an orange and you get orange juice with all the flavor of it, but none of you has managed to get from that orange flavor an orange yet. You will stop the minute you taste the orange. How many of you have ever thought, can I create an orange from this water? And how many of you can think that, yes, I can? I can. I'm sure a few people in the Keshe Foundation can. We brought the taste from the orange into the water, every attributes of it, the energy, the taste, the emotion, which creates it in us. So we should have the knowledge to create that orange again. And if you understand this, is there another life in the space that within the salt waters of this planet has come to become life? And that life has become human or any other creature, or have our bodies through the storms or whatever, or through the soul of the man or the dog or whatever, if he finds another dimension, another place which has the right mixture of what they call salinity, would the dog on this planet become that orange, and the water in that planet becomes the source of replication of life? We haven't broken into a lot of knowledge which is unknown to man.
Mr. Keshe, can I have a permission to say my dream? I had a dream. I told in Bangla teaching, I wanted to say to you. Can I say? Okay.
Yes, we're all knowledge seekers here. We just learn from each other.
Okay. Like a few months ago, I saw a dream. Like I have a one-story house nearby the creek. Some noise in there.
Go ahead. Go right ahead. Sorry about that, Selena.
It's okay. So the house was like unfinished. Little work is needed. So I brought some Mexican people to fix the house. So they fixed house, and then after the fixing, they're gone. And then I feel in one of my room there is a noise. So I went there, and then I saw one little girl is there. So I thought maybe Mexican those workers they brought their children with them. Maybe they forgot to take her. So I told her, "Where is your father? Did you forget to go with them?" And she didn't answer me, just looking at me. So I told her, give me your father's phone number, so I will call him, and then he will come back and take you home. So that girl took a paper, and then she write phone number, but she writes some number and then some alphabet in there. So I saw the number and then say, oh my God, this is strange, it's not a real number. So I told her, oh, stay you here, and then tomorrow they will come back to finish all work, and then you will go with your father. And then the girl didn't say anything, just went to the room. And then after that, I opened the back door, and then I saw from the creek, there is people growing from the creek. They didn't finish their body. Some of the upper body is the finished one, but the leg and some of our arm is like a thin, a thin balloon. It's not properly done yet, but they're growing their body in the creek and then coming to my backyard. So I closed that door and ran away. Came to the in my house inside. So after that, I thought, oh my God, that girl came from the creek too, because she's so smart. She when I told her to give your father's phone number, she gave it to me the number, but she don't know the number should be number, not alphabet too. So I don't know. After you talking about that creation, so I remember that dream. That's why I want to tell you. I saw those kinds of dreams. It is funny, but I want to tell you. That's why I told you. That's it.
Quite vivid. Thank you, Selena, for sharing with us.
Thank you all for listening.
Okay, Mr. Keshe, is there anything else you'd like to share or with us before we play the last part and the final disclaimer? Thank you.
Not really. I came here as a knowledge seeker. And Jalal asked the question. We try to share knowledge.
Yes.
We're still in the same boat, same condition, and we'll see.
It stuck with me when you said this, the soul of the creator is even more humble than the soul of a fish. I mean, how humble can the creator be? With no name and no place, is this the creator?
So many ways. Yep. It's in the center of every living cell. Now you can imagine how big an orange is.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Mr. Keshe, here is Andreas. How is the loading of the units in Linz?
Is for us to know.
It's beautiful.
We don't release any information at those levels.
Please?
We don't release any information on our working level.
It's beautiful to be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. I will continue with this series to the best of my ability. I look forward to seeing everyone here next week also. I want to thank you and all the knowledge seekers for allowing me to make these presentations, and I hope you're all enjoying the journey. It is quite the journey. So thank you all.
Sure is. We have a lot of puzzle pieces, but now it's putting the puzzle pieces together. So we're going step by step, and obviously we're being taught by a master. That's beautiful. As I've often said, you're the best teacher I've ever experienced. But that's just the way I see it. So thank you for being here, Mr. Keshe, and Alex, Jalal.
Can I make a question?
Oh, yes, Stefania, thank you.
Very briefly, Mr. Keshe, to create the orange from when you replicate the test of the orange, then the next step will be contain the fields that we created of the test of the orange until these fields, they build up and they become tangible. Is how we materialize the orange.
I don't understand what you mean.
It's like you said, no one of us managed to materialize the orange. Some of us managed to create the feelings of the test of the orange, or the feelings of the orange. So the next step, so the first step is replicate the test of the orange, and once you replicate the test of the orange, then the next step is to contain those fields, create the core, no, the gravitational core, and then the magnetic core around it. Sorry. So if you contain them, maybe you kind of grow them, like if you hold in the thoughts, and by holding this thought, maybe this is some assumption, but you if you can hold the thoughts, so you creating the feelings of the orange, test of the orange, then if you can hold that, maybe that means when you say 0 time, so you hold in, and until you then the fields can be stay contained, and then you create, then I don't know, creating the inner core. I don't know how to say it, but that will be the next step to materialize the orange. This is just a question.
You got to be able to replicate every facet of the orange. Its physicality, its taste, its emotion, its times, its presence.
And the seeds too?
It's like so it's like when you once you said about you know, when you said when you think about your loved ones, and you have to have everything, really try to get everything, like if they are there, something like that. So you said this, like, has to be everything, like the RNA has to be the totality of everything. So we have to kind of practice that to materialize.
To be able to materialize, you have to have both RNA and DNA. You have to have the disk and the information and the machine to make the disk work and release the information.
Mr. Keshe, I remember some years ago, somebody mentioned they had replicated alcohol, some booze, and they drank the water and they got drunk.
That's Alex. Alex Nigeria did that.
Uh-huh.
That was one of the first times people start listening and doing it. But he created the feeling of the drunkenness through the emotion of wanting to get drunk at night.
I remember when I tested the mint. I remember really admired this. I wake up in the morning, I put this mint next to where the guns were, and the plasma water, like a little altar I had. And I remember I wake up in the morning, and I just looked at the mint, and I don't know, it caught up my attention. It was so beautiful, and I really wanted to, I was really admire how great the mint was. I thought, oh my God, it's so beautiful. Maybe because I was thinking, maybe because I put it in this altar. I don't know, maybe because it's close to the guns. Look how it's beautiful. I was really, and then as I was looking at it, I really desired to have a taste of this mint. Like I don't know, I really, it was not really that precise thought where it just really admire all morning this mint. And then I remember I just drink the plasma water that was close by the mint, and the the plasma water tasted like a mint, and I was shocked. I was shocked how could be possible, and I thought maybe for mistake the fields of the mint went into the water. I just didn't know how but I remember very, very well the desire and also the admire of the really see how really nice this mint was. So from there, I don't know how, you said to make in 3D, but more than look at it, and I don't know how to think. I'm lost myself what I wanted to say, but it just happened without thinking, and I was surprised, and then I just couldn't do it again. But yeah, I would not know how to, more than have in front of me and look at it, and I would not know how to do all these things you just said to have all the 3D. I have to really think about that. I lost myself why I wanted to say this. Sorry.
Fine, thank you.
Stephania. Sorry about that, Stephania.
Stephania.
I accidentally put little sugar in your tongue. Can you test it, please? Check it. Did you understood?
Yeah. You said
you can. I just put little sugar in your tongue right now. Can you check it?
On your tongue, okay.
Yes. Can you test it? Please. Right.
Fortunately, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Okay, it's okay. Thank you.
So he just said Alex created the alcohol through his emotions.
Yes, I try to do that too.
He must have not had any alcohol to drink, and then he created it through his emotions.
Yes.
And he drank the water and he got drunk.
Yes, there is the magic. Yeah, you have to believe yourself. Then you will create.
So there's a few parts we're still missing, and now we're missing Mr. Keshe, but that's fine.
Yeah, I think he just said it's too late. He wants to go.
Yes, I think it's late. Okay, let's, I'm gonna play the little clip with the Pope. And maybe someone will hear this. And as I said, I think they're trying to make the innocent look guilty and the guilty look innocent, as can happen many times with what we're dealing with. And that's one of the techniques that they use. So anyone have anything else they'd like to share before we go to that short clip? And then I'll play the final disclaimer and then the meeting will end. Okay.
I'm saying thank you, everybody. Today I talked too much, and you gave it to me the time to let me talk. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Mr. Keshe.
I just want to say I can feel something, but I don't know if I'm making it up or not now.
You feel something?
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm making it, it's like, when you're down.
A little bit test, right? Sweet. Yes, yes, we're there. It is you. It is you making the sweetness in your tongue. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stephania.
Very interesting. Thank you all for attending today. Jalal for the teaching, Alex for the teaching, the rest of us for questions, and of course, Mr. Keshe for sharing the knowledge of the universe with all of us. Let's play this little clip. Maybe someone will pick it up and would like to expand on it. I mean, in the larger frame of things. As I said, I think the wrong fella is being blamed here. And as it's been a common technique to make the innocent look guilty and the guilty look innocent. So let's just play this little clip, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Thank you all again for attending, and we thank your souls for bringing you here today.
We don't have it with nobody else except Italian, what do you call it, Stefania. Okay, any other question?
Yeah, perhaps we can move to a question from Jan in YouTube, and it has to do with the Russian and
Sorry, I just see a hand up. Ed?
No sound.
Oh, we're not hearing any sound, Mark.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm hearing the sound clearly. Okay, we'll back it up. Let me just make sure we're sharing the sound. Okay, that's why. There we go. I think we'll have it now.
Nobody else.
it's interesting that way.
I think we don't have it with nobody else except Italian, what do you call it, Stefania. Okay, any other question?
Yeah, perhaps we can move to a question from Jan in YouTube, and it has to do with the Russian and Ukraine crisis and the idea of peace. He says, how can we elevate the souls of both Russian and Ukraine representatives that are in meeting right now to reach a truce?
I'm going to show you something. The picture you see. The carte blanche of the war in Ukraine was given to Putin with this picture. When the Pope on 23rd went to the Russian embassy in Rome. In the history of the Catholic Church, more or less, ever happened, seldom happened, never happened, that the Pope has gone to an embassy openly, the way what we see in this picture. The Americans and Western nations knew that Russia is going in. They knew they cannot touch the Russian army. They tried to arm from outside. But this picture, when I saw it, go back to what I said 3-4 weeks ago, I think it was in the American teaching, and in a couple of other teachings, is the war between the Russian church and the Catholic Church. The war you see today is back to the war between different divisions of Christianity. And this picture by Pope going to Vatican, going to the Russian church, is accepting the defeat by the Vatican. And Vatican has underwritten all the damages, every bullet Russia will use in Ukraine. It was the Catholic Church which went to dominate the Russian Church, and the Russian Church went to this military, which is the Russian army, to defend the Church of, well, Orthodox Church of Russia. They knew, everybody, the Americans knew, the Chinese knew, the Europeans knew that they were poked by the Catholic Church to start problem in Ukraine, that we forced the Russian Church to have to become becomes under our control, and the Russian Church would not accept it and asked Putin to wipe out, to go and get the nation back, which is Ukraine. And Pope on 23rd knew that he has to accept and underwrite the losses. This walk here to the Russian Church, to the Russian embassy in Rome, is a defeated man accepting the defeat and prepared to pay all the penalties. And now the Russians have a carte blanche. Every bomb they drop in Ukraine, every bullet they use in Ukraine is paid for by the Vatican. So they have no limitation what they put in. The more they put in, the more profit they make. It's the situation with the Second World War, where the Americans sent soldiers to Europe. American GIs had a chewing gum. American GI had a breakfast. In 1946, 1942, new present people of some of the European nations are still paying for that chewing gum because the American invoiced you. Because they won the war and you use them. Now it's the same situation. If you go back weeks ago, I explained 99% Russia will go into Ukraine because it's trying to get the motherland back in. Americans were poking to put all sorts of things in, and the Vatican was poking them because Vatican poked them everywhere, and they did the job. The Americans know they cannot face the Russians. There'll be a war, Third World War imminent. So everybody is standing outside, barking like a dog, and people are literally wiping out the house, cleaning out. But this cleaning out is two ways. First of all, not allowing nuclear weapons to enter, defense technology of outside enter into what used to be USSR, which Ukraine is part of it. And we see what we see today. Russians will be there, they wipe out, they use as many bullets, as many tanks. This is not a war. This is reclaiming back the Russian territory church, back in order that the Catholic Church will never put foot into the, what we call, Orthodox Church of Russia. We could see this one 3 years ago. We knew this is coming out 5 years ago. Vatican financed the war, the split of the China. Chinese put them into Hong Kong and battered them. And Vatican paid for it heavily. Vatican paid for all the things you saw because they brought it under control. Because Vatican wanted to do what they did in Russia, bring Christians in. Diamonds flew in from Africa through the priests who came, people who came into China, and these diamonds were sold, finance riots and everything else. And the Chinese were waiting for it. This is the other way of doing it. They try to get rid of the communism to make a lot of Chinese Christians. You make 1 billion Chinese Christian, Vatican becomes triple billionaire. But it wouldn't happen because the structure was there, they knew, and They looked after it, they found out, and they took everybody out who was element. This walk of the Pope is for the first time Catholic Church had to be stopped. They war with England for 300 years. They won the Church of England. The Queen is a servant of the Vatican at the moment. She has no more power, even though you call it the English Church. It's just like you take over a company, you let it run as it is, we don't interfere. You want to call whatever yours, we own it, the profit is ours. And this financing of this, which Russia is developing to get the whole thing back under control, and the Vatican is paying for it, is exactly the repetition of, if you go back a few years ago, when the economy in Greece collapsed, the economy in Spain collapsed, Ireland economy collapsed, Portuguese economy collapsed, and suddenly, immaculately, we saw everything came back to normal. And they all came out of their problem because Vatican did not want the what we call Christian, what we call a structure of the EU to fail. So Vatican paid for all that. And then we saw immediately what I call not the Rothschild family behind it. When it came balanced, they took the money they invested from Vatican. They appointed the German chancellor. They took all the money out of Vatican to pay for the money they lent to Spain, to Greece, and the others come out of, if you remember, the financial collapse. It's the same process. Now, Vatican guaranteed the Americans, you poke in, you do whatever, NATO pokes in, we want to bring NATO in. Russia said no. And they put their forces there, and Vatican took a guarantee in this embassy meeting that do not cross Ukraine border, do not come in our territory, keep the Russian Orthodox Church in USSR, we pay for all the penalties. We were the naughty boys, we pay. A defeated man always goes to see the man who defeated him. This is a defeated man walking out of Russian embassy. And he's unwritten all the damages. You will see in the next few years, American churches, European churches will pay for this to the Vatican. Vatican has always cashed in their losses. This visit by Pope to the Russian embassy was to get sureties that Russia would not cross the border. You will see skirmishes, but this is a war of religion, not war of nations. And this is not a war, it's a correction and what we call bringing Ukraine back on the fold. And what you start, it's in a way, if you look at it, you have a brother, he's on his own, the other boys bully and attack. Till the big brother comes, they all run. But when the big brother comes, puts a hand in the pocket of the ones who are bullying, you have to pay all your damage for bullying my brother. And this is now Vatican pays. Don't worry, I don't have, we will see this, we were expecting this about 4 years ago. The delay in it has reasons, and Putin knew about this, and when it was requested by the leaders of the Orthodox Church in Russia to protect the motherland's church, he was waiting for that and he responded. He had the reason to show his power. He had the reason to protect the motherland's church. That's all it is. It will not become a war because this man guaranteed it by the payment. We'll see a number of people. In a way, if you look at it, is punishing those who went to bed with this man in Ukraine. It will take like, I was looking at it, it's possible we see a small repetition of Afghanistan by kamikaze wars and things, Europeans trying to show we are doing something over the Ukraine. As we saw for years, Russians stayed 15 years in Afghanistan and then they pulled out because they couldn't control it. But this time they control it. They'll be there about 3 to 6 months. Make sure nobody ever talks about NATO. People can go on the streets and do whatever they like, but changing the people on the top inside that the Vatican has no say in the running of Ukraine and the others. Because once Ukraine goes, Belarus goes. When Belarus goes, the other part of the, what we call Christian side corridor into Moscow opens, and it had to be closed. And this walk, you see, is a walk of the man of defeat. He, Catholic Church, risks that they're going to bring the Russian Orthodox Church and one of the richest churches in the world under control. And the only thing they didn't count that the church will go to Putin, and Putin wanted to confirm that he's there, and they watched it. We watched this mass work. When I have spoken other teaching, when we saw the Russian naval forces going through the Bosphorus up, we knew the war is on, or what we call cleansing of the Vatican out of USSR has started. You got to understand, church business is a financial business, has nothing to do with religion. It has to make profit. And when you create a war, it's a long-term investment. I explained this before. The son dies, the mother dies, the father dies in the Western Europe. This is the investment which the church, or what we call Vatican, put for that bullet to kill the father. They paid $10 for the bullet. The father dies, the mother dies, the child dies. The man goes a lifetime to church to pray for his son or the father or the mother, and puts $1 at a time in. I invested $10 in a bullet. I get $100 investment for 40 years of life after that. Church business, God business is a money business and nothing else. That's why we said there is no, once you understand the power of the soul of the man, do you need this mayhem, the rope and the white frog? You see the shoulders are folded. You see head down. Just open this and you look. The chin folded. The shoulders are side down. This is a walk of a strong man defeated. Thinking a strong man defeated. Don't forget, Pope or Vatican has never sat down quiet. We have to see what they plan in the next 20 years in other part of Russia and the West. We will see more mayhem between the two churches unless we bring the light that God's word is within the soul of the man. Don't worry about this Ukraine business. Vatican has already paid for it. And they receive the bill every day. How many bullets used, how many soldiers, the food they used, the shoes they wore. Vatican has underwritten it. When the head of the Ukraine state says that Russians will pay for everything they do, all the damages, yes, no problem. Vatican's already paid us. We make a profit in the process. We'll do it for you. It brings a lot of jobs to the Russian industry. This is a dirty business of religion, and we are watching many people suffering because of it. And to them, it's irrelevant. This is the second time in past decade that Vatican has lost. once the British took back what they gave in Libya, and now the second. The British monarchy took revenge on losing the Church of England to Vatican by taking $140 billion of gold from the vaults of Libya into the British monarchy and not the British government and the nation. All flowed directly into Bank of Scotland. I was explaining this last week when I was in London to somebody. All the wealth which is collected in the program financed by Vatican to get into Libya, to get the gold and share between Italian, French, British and the Germans and Vatican was taken by the British into Bank of Scotland, which is a royal bank, and not in the name of Royal Bank of Scotland, which is a national bank, assets of the nation. And they wouldn't give it, and that's why they got kicked out of the Brits, out of the EU. You didn't pay, we kick you out. When they kick out, what you have Brits exit is the consequence. Now we have to see what exit comes out of this. Would America pay for these damages, or who and how Vatican will build what we wanted to do? You didn't go, we pay for it. House of God never loses in the world of religion because it's a house of money, not God. Don't worry about Ukraine. You'll hear a lot of hullabaloo for next maybe 6 weeks. They'll change the government and they get paid when the Vatican transfers the gold and the reserves into the Church of Russia, because they have to pay the Church of Russia and that they pay the army's expenses. They'll make maybe 10-20 billion out of it in Moscow. We got to realize Keshe Foundation have very close advisors within the Vatican. Very, very close advisors. We know, we are informed continuously of what is and what is about to happen. A pope has never gone to an embassy to ask to stop a war. Vatican always created war and accepted to pay for it. But the Russian was not prepared to pull back. They said, we are here, we're going to show, we're going to stay and you pay. You have to see what checkbook is under that clothes that the Vatican has written for the war as a penalty. Don't worry about Ukraine. You won't go beyond the boundaries of Ukraine to Romania and other places. The church made a move to put pressure on Ukraine to get the Church of Russia to bend. And they said, you play this time with a superpower, both in religion and military forces. You will not see Americans interfering, or the Europeans. They cannot do, because they already accepted defeat and they listen to Vatican. Because deal is done. Now the boys play, and some of the old weapon machinery in the Russian army gets used. And the Vatican pays. Every tank you see on the streets, every fuel, every smoke you see in the back of the tank, Vatican has already unwritten as a defeated man. They will not go beyond the Ukrainian border. The only problem is a lot of people will suffer with it, and this is what churches have been, to create suffering, not there to bring healing. Any other question?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.